をくれやす。
Greetings, welcome everybody. Happy Saturday. Feels weird to be right back at it again after yesterday's stream. But we have important business to attend to. It is indeed time to do some mega driving. What is up, Father Axe Keeper, Mr. Smile, Space Hoppercopter, Macaw45, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, etc., etc. Full-time streamer? Well, I was gonna say I wish. I don't really wish, but I guess, you know, relatively speaking, compared to I don't know, past several months, the you know, if this pattern keeps up, then yeah, I suppose we're approaching full-time. But we'll see about that. Yesterday was a bit of an emergency extra bonus stream to be able to make further advancement in Chronicles of the Wolf. which turns out to be a pretty awesome game. I mean, I liked it from the get-go, but there's just something about it that strikes the perfect balance of being like intriguing and interesting without being overwhelmingly large, and also just being very just a satisfying kind of feel to it that just makes me want to go back to it and play more. I am slightly concerned that we've run into some kind of a wall in terms of progression, and I might be stuck, because we kind of ended last stream with not a super clear idea of where to go or what to do next. But you know, we did get the air dash, which I'm sure we can find some other place to use, and you know, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I mean, I guess we could also always go fight the beast. You know, hood load up on healing items and shit, and maybe that's doable. I don't know. Glad you approve of new and developing World of Jiggy content, Father Axekeeper. Appreciate that. There's always more of that on the horizon, but alas, I have not even really had time. I guess time isn't the word, but I haven't been able to put really any work into Jumper recently either. But that's mainly for unrelated reasons. But I really hope to be able to kind of make a push and finish that game within the next couple of months. Once I kind of am able to get, I'm just kind of by a bit of a hurdle in terms of the next thing I need to develop, because I have to learn a bunch of new technical shit to kind of implement the next feature I want to work on. But I reckon once I'm kind of over that hurdle, it's all a matter of tweaking and doing some art stuff and everything that's a little bit more of a known quantity, I guess I could say. So I hope that that means that things will smooth out a little bit. But you know, as always with game development, it's kind of the first 90% takes a certain amount of time, and then the last 90% takes at least as much time. So maybe I'm being optimistic, but at the same time, I'm kind of looking to keep the scope small, and instead of adding and adding and adding, I'm going to try to find ways to say, you know what, this will do, just to kind of wrap that up. And I most likely will not want to really get too sidetracked with too much World of Jiggy stuff before I make at least a significant dent in progress with Jumper. In any case, always happy for positive sentiments about my creative endeavors, and they will be, you know, there will be more of them in one form or fashion. That is without a doubt. Let me hydrate. Let me power up. Today, we are finally digging into two brand new games that I backed on Kickstarter. Demon Claw, Origins of Nar, which is a kind of a, I guess it's not exactly a Spartan X-like by any stretch, but it's an action game that is sort of a single plane beat 'em up kind of a thing. It's one of those things where it's like, well, I guess it's an action game. You can kind of get a sense from the screenshots. It's just one of those things where you might kind of think of it as an action platformer, but it doesn't really have platforming. So it is, I suppose you could certainly say it's kind of in the lineage of something like Spartan X. The other game is ZPF, aka ZPF Centurion Future Metal Fantasy. This we have actually looked at on stream previously, because there was a demo on Steam for this game. Both of these games are coming to modern platforms, at the very least Steam. I'm not sure if either of them have release dates or, you know, what the exact status are. I backed both of these games on Kickstarter and got my copies sent out, so that's kind of on a rolling schedule. And I don't know, like, ZPF is being published by Mega Cat Studios, so I'm sure you can buy a copy from them. I think Neofid, actually, yeah. No, Neofid, oh, there we go. I was gonna say Neofid, who published the Mega Drive version of Demon Claw. I was gonna say, I think they have their own like shopping, yeah, I got a little pamphlet for it. So if you want a Mega Drive cartridge for either of these games, I reckon you can go to Neofit Studios or MegaCat, respectively, to purchase this and other fine games. Yeah, we looked a little bit at this when I first kind of unboxed these things. So these two games, as it happened, arrived simultaneously in the mail on Thursday, which is kind of a funny coincidence considering I've backed a number of games. Like ZPF is a little bit of an exception, because that game, the Kickstarter itself was delayed, like the campaign was delayed by like 18 months or something. But by the time they ran the campaign, the game was basically done. So the campaign was more or less for manufacturing of goods rather than developing the game. So I want to say that the ZPF Kickstarter was late last year, maybe? Might even have been earlier this year, actually. Demon Claw, I don't remember, because it's impossible to keep track of these things. But I guess it was probably a few years ago. Like, the timeline for this one wasn't super long, but I think the same thing applies where the game was reasonably far along when they ran the campaign. I guess it's not the same thing. But it's not the Black Jewel Reborn situation where they have a demo and then they run the Kickstarter, and then over the course of the following 3 to 6 years, they restart development 3 times. And who knows what's happening with that. But, you know, with any of these projects, unless it's literally, you know, seeking funds for the manufacturing of cartridges, it's a pretty typical timeline for it to be a couple of years in between the campaign and the delivery. And as we kind of mentioned briefly last stream when we were talking about, well, not yesterday, I guess, but on Wednesday, or no, it must have been yesterday. Dude, I can't even fucking, it was yesterday. I have backed a couple of Mega Drive games on Kickstarter, and I have a couple that I have received, and I have a couple that I'm still waiting for. And then kind of parallel to that, I've also purchased a couple of reprints and new releases from like Amazon and Columbus Circle directly. So I have some reissues like El Viento, Glay Lancer, I guess, oh yeah, Panorama Cotton, and if you want to count it, I guess it's a little bit of a special case, but Mad Stalker is technically I guess it's technically not a reissue because it was never published back then, but it was a port that was developed in 1994 but never released. And I don't know, I guess the ROM was discovered somewhere and the rights were, I don't know, purchased and licensed or what have you. So they put up that, and I got a copy of that. But I also got 16-bit Rhythm Land, which is a brand new game. There was also that actual, more of a Spartan X clone that we played on stream a while back, the like Chinese Kung Fu girl, whatever. I got that relatively recently as well. As far as Kickstarter stuff, there was Xenocrisis and Astabros. I think are the two ones that I backed that I have received. So yeah, Kickstarted games number 3 and 4 arriving like on the same day, when it's usually like any number of years in between backing and delivery. Is just, yeah, just a funny coincidence. I have, trying to think. Oh yeah, I have Tenzin, of course. That one I got from MegaCat. I did not back that one, but I did get it when it after the fact. And I'm currently still waiting on, again, I always like, I bring this up mostly because it's a way for me to try to even remember. But there's the aforementioned Black Jewel Reborn, Russian developed remake, sort of the Oscar Celestini PC game that's like sort of a C64 style barbarian platformer. There is Irina Genesis Metal Fury, which is a shoot 'em up, which I think is probably the one that's like taken the longest, because it's one of those things where it was long enough ago that I was kind of, whatever they had to show was like novel enough for me to want to back it, Whereas I feel if that campaign launched today, I'm not really convinced that I would be compelled to back it. I guess it was probably also old enough that it wasn't that expensive. Nowadays, if there's like a new Mega Drive Kickstarter, and to get like a boxed copy, even without like a super fancy edition or whatever, it's not uncommon for it to be like 60, 70 euros, maybe even more. Whereas I think when I backed those first ones, like Xeno Crisis and Irina Genesis, like it might have been more in the 40 to 50 range. And I don't know, like throwing out 40 euros for something you're gonna get in the mail 5 years later is easier. And it's, you know, it's like the threshold for kind of an impulse purchase, I guess, might lie somewhere in between that 40 to 70 range, is what I'm saying, I guess. Not that I think Irina Genesis is going to be terrible or anything, but it's like, it just seems quite unremarkable. I've played a few demos of it. It's just like a very kind of run-of-the-mill horizontal shoot-'em-up. So there's Black Jewels Reborn, Irina Genesis, Phantom Gear, which has also been taking quite some time. That one looks really good. It's kind of a I think of it as a kind of Game Freak style action platformer, because visually it's got a little bit of a similarity, I think, to stuff like Pulse Man and Screwbreaker. So that one looks good. Sounds like they're reaching the end of development, so I don't know, within the next year or so, probably gonna have that, I hope. There's also Shadow Gangs 0, I think it's called, which I'm pretty excited about. The original Shadow Gangs is a really great kind of Shinobi clone. Shinobi as in the original arcade game, like maybe even more of a Shadow Dancer kind of clone. So, and Shadow Dancer is kind of one of my favorite Mega Drive games, so I love the original PC Shadow Gangs. And this one is like somewhere in between a remake and a prequel. It's a little bit unclear, but it looks cool. It's being developed for Mega Drive and Neo Geo, and I'm looking forward to it for sure. And I feel like there's probably something else that I'm just like not remembering. There's like, I feel like anytime I try to list the stuff that I'm like that I've backed that I'm waiting for, there's always one or two that just slips my mind somehow. But yeah, you know, even one Mega Drive game showing up in the mail is always an exciting occasion. So two of them, even better. I mentioned that we have looked at ZPF on stream previously. So I have played that game in some form. But that is actually also true for Demon Claw, because as a backer, I had the opportunity to participate in kind of pre-release playtesting. So I dabbled a little bit with I think maybe a few different builds, a few different versions of this game. I was curious, like I wanted to try to have some input, give feedback on it before it was completed. But I also kind of didn't want to, you know, I was happy to not dig too deeply into it, so I have some kind of surprises left for when I actually have the final game. But the last time I played this game, I did run into some technical issues with the game crashing, so I'm like very anxious to see if the final build is going to have those kinds of issues, because I'm not sure. You know, it could be a compatibility issue with the model of my Mega Drive, could be a flash cart thing, could be actual bugs in the code that, you know, who knows, I have no idea. But I mean, obviously crash bugs is like a pretty bad thing in general, so regardless of my personal experience, I would hope that whatever issues caused that has been ironed out. But that's, you know, I can't quite let go of the possibility of it being a thing until, you know, proven otherwise, I suppose. So that'll be exciting. And I mean, in the absolute worst case scenario that there are like showstopper bugs in this version of this game, there will be the Steam version that I can play. I mean, obviously it's like very bad and unfortunate, and I would hope that for that not to be the case, but I'm just saying I wouldn't let that ruin my enjoyment of the game or feeling good about having helped bring something like this into existence. I mentioned this last time too, but I'm a big fan of Bitbeam Canon. They have a very interesting YouTube channel. I think they have a Patreon. I'm not sure if they actually release any kind of Patreon exclusive videos or content of any kind. They might. I have no idea. But they run this YouTube channel where they've done, aside from obviously like development updates on their games and stuff, they've done some like super interesting pixel art kind of analysis videos and breakdowns and talking about specific games and specific hardware platforms and everything, which as an artist and as a creator and as a both creator and appreciator connoisseur, if you will, of pixel art, I found it super interesting because that, like, there isn't a lot of content like that on the internet. So not only are they like providing interesting analysis and conversation, I feel like I am on some level on a similar wavelength, I guess, just for like having that kind of interest in that kind of stuff. And they do, like, it's interesting because they develop so this game is on the Mega Drive, but there's also going to be a Neo Geo version, and I'm actually not positive about what Bitbeam Canon has released previously, but they are working on multiple Amiga projects. They are working on a game called Metro Siege, which is a beat 'em up for the Amiga, and there's been a demo release which I've been meaning to check out, and I always felt that, like, I'll save that for when I can play it on stream. But yeah, like, I'm not a super like Amiga nerd myself, but I think it kind of goes without saying that, like, anyone who's actively working on development for the Amiga, which, I mean, not really any different from Mega Drive, frankly, but it takes a certain kind of person to want to do that and to like make that kind of effort, and to like, there's I think an inherent lack of cynicism. There are, and I guess that may be the difference between Amiga and Mega Drive, I don't know. There are definitely Mega Drive releases, modern Mega Drive releases, that to me feel a little bit cynical. But you guys know that I do not care for cynicism and a kind of quote-unquote ironic appreciation of things. Like, I very much value earnestness and just straightforward passion for kind of shit that you're into, regardless of what anyone else thinks. And I think that is, like, people who are super into these like old platforms, I think you gotta have some of that in you on some level for that to even be like in the conversation. But on top of all of that, like, from what I've seen, Metro Siege does seem like an interesting game. Will I find flaws and annoyances in it if I try it? Most likely. Some degrees it's like, yeah, impressive. Like, a beat 'em up game doesn't seem like the kind of thing that the Amiga is particularly well suited for. Both when it comes to limitations in visuals and controls and whatever else. So, on some level, it's just exciting and cool to see what people do to overcome those limitations, and to like, it's a self-imposed challenge, right? To try to create something like that, and seeing what both design solutions that people come up with, but technical execution, etc. Like, it's interesting. It's interesting. But because of all those different things, like, I have an appreciation for Bitbeam Canon that goes beyond my enjoyment of how the game they released plays, and I suppose to a degree you could say that that's true for most of these kinds of things that I back, but not always, or at least not to the same degree. I mean, you could look at something like Phantom Gear, which mostly just looked like a quality thing. It looked like the kind of game I would have wanted to play back in the day if it was on the Mega Drive. And I appreciate what I've seen of that game, the artistry being put into it and everything. But it wasn't, the people making it, not only did I not really know about them ahead of time, I still don't really know who's making it. But when it's, something like Xenocrisis, there was, you know, Hank Nieborg was involved, but in general, like, just the impression you got from the developers, like, it just seemed like a group of people that I would really want to support, or like I want to help enable them doing the shit that they want to make. And I think Bitbeam Canon for that are in that way are kind of similar for me. But yeah, I think without too much further ado, I kind of want to get into things. As we saw very briefly last time, Demon Claw comes with a bunch of extra goodies, some like stickers and trading cards and stuff. ZPF, a little bit more of a sparse affair. There we go. But it does come with a manual. They sparse, but you know, it's pretty standard, I guess. Obviously, I don't have this like digitally. Actually, let me check. I just remembered. I have an email or something here somewhere. Browser tab. Yeah, because I got. Yeah, I have like a digital bundle. Yeah, I forgot to do this, but let me do this right now. I can actually. We can read the manual together. You don't have to look at my face looking at the manual. Could have done this ahead of time if I was a little smarter, but here we are. All right, so save this stuff here. So apparently I have yeah, there's like an art book and a sound. Well, it says ZPF CD 1 of 3, and then vinyl 1 of, well, not just one, but yeah, I guess I have a CD soundtrack and a vinyl soundtrack in digital form. It's kind of a funny, weird thing, but I guess it's just, you know, they would have different track lists and whatever, and I assume that probably the covers and whatever will also be included here. Give me a moment to try to. So all of this stuff, of course, like they were offered as physical rewards, but I wasn't really super interested in a lot of it, and or didn't feel like afford paying for it. So I'm happy with the kind of more simple, bare bones version, if you want to call it that. I'm actually going to put the manual back in the box because I guess I won't need it. Here, and I guess we can hop on over to this scene. Get rid of this, because I guess we can just load up the manual here. Give me a moment. Yeah, there's like an art book and stuff, but I guess I wouldn't really want to look at that until I've played the game. There we go. Let me this out. Okay. Framing of this artwork's a little funny looking, but it's a cool illustration, and it's like way more exciting and representative of the game than this like the Japanese style cover. But I went with the Japanese version because in general, of course, I prefer Japanese Mega Drive boxes, but I think, quite frankly, the styling that Mega Cat uses for their covers, like their versions of the kind of cover template, to me is like an absolute eyesore. And in many cases, they kind of slap it on top of artwork that isn't designed, like that it isn't created, like the composition isn't created with that template in mind. So there's some examples of literally, like Tensor was like that. There's a second printing, like a newer version of Tensor that has a different cover art, which is the version I have. That reissue having different cover is like part of what made me decide to actually buy it. But so Tenzer had 2 original covers during the Kickstarter, like a Japanese style cover and a Western style cover, sort of, or like 2 different cover illustrations. And MegaCat weren't involved in the Kickstarter, I think, but they like published the game after the Kickstarter. And their version used the same artwork as the Kickstarter edition, but with this like template slapped on top of it. So it was completely like, I don't know, it looks terrible. And MegaCat, obviously, you know, they're the most prolific kind of publisher of new Mega Drive, and they release a whole bunch of NES stuff. They kind of help out with a lot of Kickstarters. And you know, they kind of act as publisher for other developers, but they have a lot of their own projects as well. And I think they're, you know, I'm very happy to have them be around, and they do a lot of good work, obviously. Like, I think they're a net positive, but I won't shy away from like criticizing what I think they do very, you know, when I think they do a subpar job, which I think they do when it comes to like packaging design. Granted, they're not alone in that. I think most modern like Mega Drive releases have weird issues with that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's ZPF is no exception, I guess. Anyway, let's stop complaining about that and take a look at this manual. The design of the manual, visually speaking, I think is pretty sick. If that was designed by someone at MegaCat, then, you know, kudos. Introduction. ZPF is a single-player action shooting game set in a collision of fantastical fictional worlds. Shoot and dodge your way through 7 challenging levels and battle enormous bosses. Title screen. Press start to bring up the main menu, or let the attract mode play if you wish. Alright, I think we can figure out how to navigate the main menu. There are several endings to see depending on which character you use, how well you play, and the general route you take. There is one ultimate final ending which can be accessed if all stage secrets are found and certain other criteria are met. Do your best and try and see them all. If we can see even one ending today, I'll be more than happy. Today, I'm more interested in kind of checking out and sort of orienting myself with these games, and I do want to make sure to at least have time to check out both games. So we'll see how far we will get in either of them. It's my general impression that Demon Claw will probably be the easier game to get through. I think it's a relatively short game. I think it's like 5 levels or something. And when I played that pre-release version, I didn't finish it. Partially because I ran into crashes. So, but I got the impression, like, so I haven't played the whole game, but I got the impression, as I recall, I got far enough into it that, like, if I dedicated a stream to playing the game, I would probably beat it. I don't know if that same would be true for ZPF, especially with different endings, different routes, different characters, it being a shoot 'em up, which is not a genre I'm particularly great at, and it billing itself as a challenging game. And even from just playing the demo previously, I remember seeing, you know, not exactly a pushover. But we'll see. Finding secrets. Each stage, all except the final one, contains a hidden key, all of which must be found to access the final best ending. Playing as the character that best fits the stage's environment might be helpful, as they would be more familiar with their home turf. I like that. That's like a cryptic enough hint. Like, it's a very straightforward hint, but it's cryptic in that, like, what the hell does that actually means? I mean, you know, in specific practical terms, but okay. All right, difficulty. Options that affect difficulty. You may increase your... So is that like a... Oh, whatever. Yeah, okay, sounds like there's different options to affect difficulty. Increase your starting medals, change your stock of available bombs, and default number of lives. Controls audio. Alright, there's a sound test, that's good. We can disable the zipper effect. How to play. Shoot, melee, bomb. Shoot. To fire a main weapon, this can be upgraded twice. either by collecting power-ups or being purchased in the shop. Melee unleashes a powerful but risky close-range attack. Observe enemy behavior first before rushing in. Be upgraded twice from the shop. Bomb. Will damage everything on screen and destroy enemy bullets. These may be purchased in the shop, and one will be replenished up to 3 max after completing a stage. Move your ship to prioritize targets as well as to dodge enemies and incoming fire. Fail to avoid these dangers and you will lose a life. Upon losing all lives, your game will be over unless you have purchased a continue at the shop. Collectibles. P. Power up. I thought that was an R, but I guess it's a P with a little up arrow. Power up your main shot. Up to 2 can be collected. 1 up. Secret key. We know what the keys look like. That's good. Be on the lookout for them. Also, isn't collectibles spelled with an I? Oh well. I like these the little drawings and sort of sketches and stuff in the background. Although I realized looking at this that like the pickups have like actual drawings of them. I would have liked to have seen those instead of the like pixel art. But like these sketches in the background here are pretty sick. But I guess there is an art book, so hopefully all those images are included there. Medals are collected automatically upon defeating certain enemies. Collecting a medal grants a set score based on their size. Medals can either be used to make purchases in the shop or cashed in for more points. Dying will reduce the number of medals held. Game over. Upon losing all lives, all held medals will be cashed out at a reduced point value. Alright, so the game screen. I like that the first thing we get an explanation for is question mark. The UI is definitely cool. I like that it's got a lot of little details in it. So it will actually, for once, like there's always a screen like this or you know, an image like this in a manual, right? But this, I feel like, is a game where actually getting a breakdown might be helpful. Collectibles with an A is a valid spelling. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, so C tells us what world we're in. B is score. E is medals. F lives, bombs, stage, and melee power. Yeah, right. So the shot power and melee power can both be leveled up. It's kind of weird that they're kind of on the opposite sides of the screen, but I guess you wouldn't necessarily need to look at them both at like a split second's notice. But yeah, I remember seeing the little stage titles and stuff in the UI, which is like an awesome touch. The adventure screen. That's such a sick name. Selected stage is, I guess, highlighted with a little outline, and then anything we see a little picture for is an accessible stage. Anything covered with a gold plate is an inaccessible stage. Some stages will not be available until completing others beforehand or meeting certain prerequisites. A button will start stage normally, going to shop, then ship selection. B button will quick start, using the last selected ship. That's interesting. The 3 mystery gems will be highlighted when something special happens. Take note when they do. Okay, I like that. I like that. Big bosses. Threat level 1, threat level 2, threat level max. Yeah, so like the whole stage progression is like a bit mysterious in this game from the demo, at least. I mean, I don't expect it to be that much less mysterious in the final game. But you pick a level, and then like as you go through the level, the game will just, and I guess that's supposed to be kind of one of the main gimmicks of the game, and it's a thing I strongly dislike. But we'll see how that feels in the context of the full game. But you're just kind of flying through an area, and then all of a sudden the background like flashes, and then you're teleported to a completely different area. And then I guess there's like a boss for each of those. Like, I don't know, just the progression of going through different areas was something that I felt was really weird. Because there's no sense of like narrative or progression or just like, you know, getting from one place, like physical just transportation. Like as an effect and as a gimmick, it's like you could do something cool with it, but I thought it was implemented in a very odd way. And I'm that's like, from playing the demo, that was probably the one thing I was like the most intrigued to see like in the final game, just because I felt like it was so weird. And I was like really hoping that part of what made it seem weird was that we're being presented with it in some way that's like missing important context because we were playing a demo, and that like there will be some kind of context to make it make more sense. I feel like that's some pretty high level copium. I don't expect that to be the case, but I'm curious to see if maybe it might be. I'm sure there's other things to look forward to, and it's going to be a cool game either way, but it's one of those things where the impression I got from the demo that was that fundamentally it was a thing that I didn't really agree with in terms of like, as a creative choice, I felt like it undermined what could have been a much cooler way to present the game. It's like unconventional and weird, which obviously this is something that the game is like, you know, it's not the most avant-garde game you've ever seen, but it's a little, it feels like it's trying at least to be a little avant-garde, and you know, the whole weird teleportation thing aligns with that, so I don't, you know, begrudge them for it, and I can see how it might fit into a grander creative vision, but I might just not quite understand that creative vision, or it might just not resonate with me. What's up, Salada? So I'm just, at the very least, if nothing else, like I hope that playing the full game will give me some chance to better understand that creative vision. Anyway, your adversaries: the Goblin Empire, the Alien Swarm, Megalopolis Maniacs, and question mark. 3 fantastical worlds, fantasy, future, and alien, have collided. Our heroes must join together to save their respective homes and uncover the mystery behind it all. Up to the challenge? A very weird like illustration on the right there. But yeah, so I guess Goblin is fantasy and Alien is alien, and Megalopolis Maniacs is from the future. The world's future fantasy alien. The heroes. A courageous young sorcerer pilots the knight. Powerful and enchanted armor, constructed in order to save the magical lands. It's kind of weird, like I would assume that that's the fantasy, like why, I feel like they should align them in the same order. I'm assuming that the knight is meant to be the fantasy character. Shot, Vulcan blades, swords of magical energy fly in a straight line towards their target. Melee, severing strike, sword stab forward, upgrades add extra swords, widening hit range. Gold, it's so weird that they don't put like a little name on top. Are pages out of order? Yeah, I guess they are, because it's probably how... You're right, like... Well, I don't know. I wonder if... Yeah, it makes sense. I was gonna say if it's like... Because it's probably just how it's printed. That would make sense. I mean, it's a bit odd for it to be presented that way. But it would make sense that they would have a PDF of the manual that it's being printed. It doesn't really matter. I didn't really even notice until you mentioned it. But I guess that makes sense. Like, it's funny how, like, you know... The, yeah, I don't think any information was being presented in a order that didn't make sense, or that we're missing any like every page is kind of self-contained anyway, so that's, you know, it doesn't really matter. But I suppose my thought of these not being sort of aligned with each other means like that, you know, that wouldn't be a concern if you're not seeing the pages next to each other. Anywho, Gold, a sassy cybernetic pilot, takes odd jobs from the city's corporate masters, whose current problems involve mass vehicular violence on the streets. Shot, Slicer Beam, a fast and powerful twisting laser. This is the most powerful main weapon in the game. Melee, Plasma Hammer, a whip-like laser appendage, hits above and forward. Upgrades increase power and add a second hammer striking from below as well. Gladius, the last lone fighter battling an evil biological menace from deep space that has already infected and overrun multiple New Earth colonies Outlying space stations. Shot. Rapid spread. Lowered powered shots fire in a wide spread. Melee liquid metal shield. Metal projectiles form and then encircle the ship. Upgrades increase number and speed. I want to, like, again, be a little nitpicky, or I don't know. I feel like, because I didn't say it really, but I was thinking before, like, it is a little odd. Maybe it's just the way they name it, but just like the future fantasy and alien things, it's like, obviously the whole future and fantasy, like, I mean, fantasy can be anything, but we have the Goblin Empire and the ship is a knight. Like, okay, that's like in the past, and then we have like the future high-tech thing. Alien and future feels like they would or could so easily have a lot of overlap that it's like, I feel like, I mean, I don't know what the better solution would be, but I feel like it's weird how you have three things that don't feel like equidistant, you know? Two of them feel like they're much closer to each other conceptually. But I guess, you know, from the way they're describing here, obviously like the space alien stuff on the one hand, and then the future is like this kind of cyber, you know, mega corporation, you know, capitalism run wild, etc. So, I mean, obviously we'll see what it's like in the game, and that's, you know, I'm sure both of them are cool, and it's not an issue with any one of them individually, what their kind of the theming is. But for example, like the fact that we have three characters where it's like medieval knight, spaceship, and spaceship. Like, that feels like it just feels like a hugely missed opportunity. Sewer world where it's Giger. I mean, we have the alien stuff. I think the Giger stuff is gonna be well taken care of in some form or fashion. Like I said, like, I don't even know exactly what I think it should be. But, you know, maybe the future stuff, I guess, like, maybe it should be like, because it seems like it is more this cyber, like, futures, like high technology, urban city, that kind of thing. But, like, you know, you could go further, I think, with like computers and robots, and like, obviously if you have the alien theme, there's going to be space stuff, and having the player character be a spacecraft makes logical sense. But probably, you know, the enemies, and I'm sure in these two the enemies probably are going to be pretty different. But even the environments and the settings and the character itself, I feel like for the future stuff, where my brain first goes, at least, is, I guess, having some sort of a cyborg, like, robot character or something. But, you know, maybe they didn't want a humanoid character because it's too similar to the knight thing. I don't know. But yeah, even calling it cyber, I think, like, that's the thing. Like, it's so having three things, they're all defined by a single sort of keyword, and then having future and fantasy just sound so similar. Obviously, they're conceptually apart, but yeah, having it be cyber, fantasy, and alien, I think would feel more, you know, equidistant. I don't know. It's just like a weird little thing to have hangups on. I fully realize. But it's, yeah, I mean, I guess the shopkeeper, future shopkeeper, is a robot. But again, yeah, just call it cyber, and it would solve this complete non-issue I made up in my head. Does it make them feel like a related part? I mean, I think the concept is that they're supposed to be totally disparate and, like, mashed together. I think that's kind of the idea of the narrative. So I won't, like, that's one thing I don't really begrudge them for. Anyway, there's shops. We have 3 shopkeeps: Hicks, Helen, and Vendbot 2000. Choose your way. The first 3 stages are available to play in any order. Stage 1, the journey begins. Stage 2, alien infestation. Stage 3, Megalopolis 20 XDX. Upon completing the so these 2 pages are actually in order. Continuation. Upon completing the first fantasy, alien, or future stage, the next section becomes accessible. Stage 4, Goblin's Castle. Stage 5, Intestines of Evil. Stage 6, Undercity Depths. Stage 7, the final stage. So I guess maybe you can, like, you can clear stage 2 and then go to stage 5. and then stage 7, but you can choose to do more stages to find like the hidden keys. Or I guess the stage 7 isn't even going to be accessible until you have the... Or, I mean, they said that the best ending is locked behind finding the keys and the secret stuff. So it remains to be seen, I suppose, whether the entire stage 7 is inaccessible until you figure that out. So we'll see. As I said, like, I think this game is going to be challenging, but also a little bit cryptic. Hopefully not in a obnoxious way. But we'll find out. It's also worth mentioning, I said this before, but I'm like, these types of games are not my forte, so I don't expect to do super well at it. But, you know, if the art and vibes are sick, then I'll be pretty happy. And I'll say this, like, the game definitely, in the great sort of pantheon of modern Mega Drive homebrew games, I don't know that I would say that it's the best looking one. I mean, I need to see more of it before I can, you know, have a verdict on that, but I say Xenocrisis is obviously the high mark. I mean, Hank Nieborg is pretty tough competition when it comes to pixel art, but that game just has like extremely immaculate presentation all around. He didn't do all the art in the game. I think he did like, I'm not sure about all the bosses. I think he did like mainly all the in-game art, but then all the story art and stuff like that was someone else. But in any case, that's an amazing looking game. But this game has personality like out the wazoo. It has its own identity and style, and it has something that I think is always interesting when games manage to do on the Mega Drive. Like, it has a color palette that feels very specific to the game. Like, it has these super garish colors, these bright neon greens and pinks and golds, and I think that's really interesting. I think some of the designs are really cool, some of them, you know, but I guess I'm not 100% on board stylistically with the vibe they're going for in terms of it being my jam, but I definitely greatly admire and appreciate the fact that they have this kind of vibe they're going for. I suppose, I don't know that I would, but I think it's reasonable to make the argument that Paprium is like one of the more visually impressive, which, by the way, I forgot, I have that game too. My shipping box from Watermelon still unsealed, so I don't know, maybe I'll sell that for 700 euros or something instead of actually playing it, but we'll see. You know, they ran a second Kickstarter for the PS4 ports and the Game Gear sequel or whatever the fuck they were doing. That was probably like 5 years ago at this point, so I'm curious what's happening with that. Or whenever we'll hear anything about it, but whatever. I mean, sitting around waiting for news on a Fonzie project seems like a good way to drive yourself mad, so not worry too much about that. Anyway, this is definitely, I think, above average by a pretty wide margin in terms of visual fidelity and presentation, so that, I think, is probably the game's main appeal. But not just like the fidelity and quality, but also it's kind of just the vibe, I guess. Powering up. You may power up your main shot or melee attack up to 2 times. Melee upgrades are only accessible this way, so there's no hiccups to increase your melee powers. Cash out. Cash out currently held medals in exchange for score. Continue. Continue the game once all lives are lost. Only one is available for purchase, so use it wisely. I wonder if you continue... If, like, after purchasing and using it, continue, it then becomes possible to purchase another one? Like, I'm not sure if they mean you can only ever continue once, or you can only hold one continue. There's no mention of score providing anything like extends or what have you, but I suppose the idea is you can use medals to buy a life or score, which would imply that the score is... I mean, maybe the score is necessary for final boss or something. That could be... Because normally, if you have a choice between score and something else, I feel like it would be because the score is going to give you something else. I mean, that wouldn't have to be the case, but for instance, you know, taking a risk for higher score so that you can get lives or whatever. I mean, obviously, shoot 'em ups, there's long tradition of high score competition and all that, so, you know, I wouldn't say that it's given that there's like something else for it, but it definitely does not make sense that you would get lives from score, because you're essentially choosing in the shop between lives and score. So I would imagine that from my point of view as a beginner, I would not be super overly concerned with score and more concerned with spending my medals on stuff. But even then, of course, it's a matter of, like, do you buy one-ups or continues, or do you buy offensive power, or I guess hints. Hint, provides info about the current stage or upcoming boss. The shopkeep might just want to chat too. This was in the demo, and I remember it being not particularly helpful, but, you know, it might be just a matter of which individual hints and stages we're talking about. It's a fun thing though, and I like, it's a good thing. I think for this style of game, it's always going to be a challenge, I think, to make something that can appeal to more than the most hardcore shoot 'em up fans. And I've talked about this many times on stream as well, like the value and importance of getting people on board to get excited about the idea of playing multiple times and being okay with trying and failing and like building up skills and knowledge to eventually be able to progress, etc., which are all things that were kind of taken for granted, or they were just a given in how games worked a couple of decades ago. But it's a more of a foreign concept, I think, to many players now. So I think from a sort of economy balance point of view, like I think it's a smart, interesting way to do something like that, where you have, in general, of course, the idea of like you earn currency that you can spend on stuff to essentially make the game easier. But if you don't need that because you've played enough to get good, then you can spend that same currency to get higher score. But even something like the hints is one of those things where the hint doesn't mechanically do anything in the game, but it does give the player information, and the player is fully capable, or at least, you know, potentially capable, to retain that information. So essentially, once you have bought a hint, that hint is probably, I'm making assumptions here, but presumably that hint is not going to do anything. The next time you play the game, if you buy that same hint, you will just get the same information you already had. However, if you then have that information, then you automatically sort of have that money now to spend on other things. So in a way, it becomes a kind of onboarding difficulty balancing thing as well, which I think is just, I don't know, it's kind of neat, elegant design. What's up, Neo Freeman? So that's the manual. Like I said, I have some OSTs and art books and what have you. Maybe we'll cycle in some of this music in the future, but not today. I can do this though. We can take a look at the poster that was included. Whenever it's, there we go, finish just loading. So yeah, I think this is basically the other cover, which I think is, like, in a lot of ways a much better illustration, but it's like, even here the layout's kind of fucked up because you have this weird swoosh and the ZPF logo kind of covering up the main character. It's weird. I will say I'm also not super fond of the ZPF logo. There's just something about the design of it and the way the Z and P like stick together, but the F is kind of unattached, that seems a little weird to me. But I'm not a logo designer, so I don't know. But it at the very least, it's very representative of the visual identity of the game. So credit for that, for sure. All right. Let's fade out these jams. Let's get the actual game. And I don't know, hope that it boots up. I also, by the way, have no idea why the Japanese version is called Centurion. I guess, is that what the... I mean, I'm guessing at the spelling here because it's only in katakana, but should it be Centurion with a Z? Is that what the Z in ZPF stands for? I don't know. Let's capture visible and boot up the game. Oh, there we go. Goes the other way. I reckon there's probably supposed to be sound here. Maybe not. Guess not. Figure out. Weird thing with my setup here where the video pass through can get kind of funky sometimes. It's obviously capturing video. Logging or swapping some. Enjoy the attract mode while I figure this out, I guess. Logo's representative of how Alien and Future are similar, but fantasy is the odd one out. Yeah, maybe. There's, of course, very strong kind of demo scene vibes to some of this. Even in the kind of ostentatious nature of certain visuals, like to the detriment of readability. And I'm talking more about the staff roll intro stuff, but it definitely does apply to the game's in-game visuals as well. Alright, pressing start. But of course, I think, like, ostentatious is probably a good word for it. Like, everything all over the place, like, everything is just, like, there's nothing that's, like, plain or simple. It's very, like, maximalist. I guess we'll just start with defaults on everything. But let's see what we can... So I press the A button to cycle between options here. So everything is kind of set to the medium. I guess the Z is metal. Yeah, because metal, yeah, this is how many you start with, I think, and this is how much you lose on game over? I guess you wouldn't lose it just if you take a death. But if you purchase the continue and use it, I guess this is how much you lose. Maybe it's on death? Well, I don't know. We'll see. Fire, melee, bomb. Feels weird to... Like, this is one of those things where I feel like many modern Mega Drive games don't respect the convention of B as the main, like, action button, and C as the confirm button. Actually, let me try. Yeah, the C button does not confirm. I have to confirm with A. So weird. Like, back in the day, many games would allow you to confirm with A, but if there was one button to confirm, it would be C. But I feel like this is not the first modern Mega Drive game I've played where only the A button confirms. Just a little weird. Like, I think this button scheme makes perfect sense. And if you think of it from like an arcade button layout standpoint, it's totally normal. But I do kind of feel like if this was a game back then, which, you know, I'm not saying that they did it the wrong way and they should have done it as if it was an old game, but back then, I think for sure, I would have assumed that the B button would be the main fire button in a shoot 'em up. Just interesting. But we'll go with this. No song titles or anything. 18 tracks, alright, but fine. Oh yeah, speaking of audio, do let me know if the audio levels need to be adjusted. Oh yeah, we'll keep the shop zipper on. It's so funny, there's like an extra option screen just for this option. One kind of like half annoying thing is that it does seem like it seems to be fine, but the graphics seem like that they're kind of expecting no overscan, because there's like information in the HUD that's like right up against the edge of the screen, which like the way my capture setup is set up, or the upscaler and everything, technically I am like, obviously there's no overscan in the hardware sense on like a CRT, but with the upscaling mode on the RetroTink, I am losing a little. Like, technically I think I can even do this. Not the right button. I have to find a button for, well, whatever. I can move the screen like up or down a little bit. But it seems like we are just barely getting everything on screen with this mode, but it's a little bit... If I were playing this on a CRT, that might be a real issue. But I wonder if that's like just an oversight, or if they maybe were very careful to basically make sure that it's not too much of an issue. What about the shopkeep zipper? It's maybe one of the secrets. See, even this little tagline thing, Future Metal Fantasy, they could have even used that. Like, they could have... Maybe that should have been what the zones were called, instead of Future Alien Fan. Well, but then it's... They don't even present them in that order. I don't know. It's confusing. But whatever. Fuck it. Start. So this is the Goblin, whatever, fantasy level, future level, alien level, this little heart. Oh yeah, so I guess, yeah, okay, so there's like 2 levels in each area. And then this represents the final 7th level. So just from the way this is visually presented, which, like, it's visually awesome, I would really, really like to have just a text label for the level names. Just having select screens with 0 context, like, I'm not a huge fan of that. But it obviously looks fucking awesome. But what I was gonna say is, it looks to me, from the way this is presented, as though each of these 3 zones or areas or regions or periods, whatever you want to call them, has 1 gem. And we need all 3 gems to access this. And I suppose it could be as simple as we need to complete both levels to get a gem. But there are multiple endings, and there are secret keys to collect that supposedly will contribute to achieving the true ending. But I guess this is stage 1. Magical Journey. I don't think is the name of the level. Is this like an option thing? Nope, just a little cutscene. I don't know if this was in the demo. Kind of like a Golden Axe 2 map screen. Okay, that just ended. What else was I thinking of? Reminded me. Oh yeah, it reminded me a little bit of the like Makaimura map screen. I feel like that was supposed to end, but I guess I'll just press a button. Elf magic and stuff. Yeah, you can see the numbers at the bottom are like basically cut off. So I have 75 medals. Means I cannot afford anything except a level hint. Enjoy some of the music. Yeah, happy Pride. Piloting the advanced GZR-9 Super Fighter. This veteran bested many alien terrors. Deepest space. What new horror awaits them next? Funny that there is like a little character profile text here, but it's different from the one in the manual. Gold. Frontline defense force for the sprawling, often besieged city fortress Neo Metropolis. This craft utilizes the newest in laser weaponry to best any foe. Flashing is a little intense. Brought forth to fight by ancient magical rites, this divine construct. Ardent defender of the fantastical realms, right, and its people. So I think this is easily by far the interesting, like the most interesting character. This is like spaceship and spaceship. As far as shoot 'em up spaceships go, they're fine, I guess. Also, man, it's so weird that like the cover art here, the Japanese cover, it's just like this drawing, but you know, and it's such a narrow representation of the game. A weird decision. Anyway, these two are boring and this one is cool, but also the manual did tell us that there might be some kind of advantage to playing the kind of home character, which seemed to amount to the hidden keys being easier to find somehow. It's a nice effect. That's such a cool little opening scene there. An actual normal stage transition. I appreciate that. Oh, that's the melee attack, right? I will not be able to read or address chat while I'm playing. I want to mention. Movement feels good. You're not weirdly sluggish or anything. No European inertia or anything like that. At least most of the bullets seem perfectly legible. Oh, okay, good. Actual transitions. Power up. Some sound effects that definitely sound like sounds from Tenza, which is interesting. Of course, Mikel Tilander, the developer of that game, worked on this also. But he didn't like do the sound. But maybe, you know, some sound effects found their way in. There's definitely, like, readability is not the absolute best it could be. Oh, there we go. There's some random transition. It hasn't been too much of a problem. Well, I say that literally as I just barely squeaked past a blue bullet that I totally did not even see. But yeah, from early footage and screenshot, I had a very real concern that this game would be extremely difficult to play because like all of the art is super intense. Yeah, see, this was in the demo. Like the first 3 seconds of this area, the background's like nice and blue, and then fucking bioluminescence activates and it's this like total rave, and it's 50 times harder to see anything. Honestly, I think it looked nicer when it was like this monochromatic blue as well. Somehow I've managed to survive. So I mean, I guess readability isn't to the point where I keep dying because of it, but I don't know. Like, now we're outside again. This shit is so weird. Like, why don't we just have normal screen transitions? Enemy explosions and stuff are nice though. I like it. Now the blue bullets make a little more sense. I wonder if the player ship's like abilities are also somehow meant to be like more well suited to the enemy patterns of the respective levels. This is level 1, so you would expect it to be the easiest, of course, regardless. Assuming it is in my interest to shoot all these turtle gems. I guess I get medals for it. But with the manual... Okay, I didn't see that. Making mention of, like, secrets and collectibles and whatever. To assume that I... Oh, okay. I saw that at least. Okay. That's a cool transition. I like the secrets progress 6%. No idea what that means. I'm assuming I could press a button to speed this up, but I like this short section. Like, I think the pace and flow is not bad. Like, it doesn't feel slow or tedious. Oh, okay. Which is otherwise potentially a big issue. Days Legends, no apostrophe. That's fine. It's a little annoying just that, like, I did perfectly fine, and then there was, like, the one enemy I didn't know how to deal with, and I just game over. But, you know, it comes with the territory. But it's, like, the whole idea of, like, we're just, like, I don't understand, like, what is, like, I guess the manual makes some kind of mention, right, of, like, the worlds are merging or whatever, so I assume that's what the idea is, that, like, we are literally, you know, teleporting, or sort of, you know, the world is fusing, so all of a sudden we're in this area. But I don't know, like, does that mean that the weird, like, bioluminescent fungus cave is an alien area, or is it still a fantasy area? I don't understand why the screen flashes and we're in a fungus cave, and then the screen flashes and we're out in the forest again. If the ship left the screen fades to black and we're in a different area, I accept it. Like, that's just how traversal from one location to another works in video games. But when it just seamlessly flashes from one to the other, like, it implies that something different is happening. So I feel like I don't understand why that happens, but it's also just, like, unsatisfying. It's like jarring. I feel like they had this idea to do a cool technical trick with no regard for how it impacts the, like, sense of narrative or progression, or just, like, the gameplay experience. I mean, obviously that's subjective. I think it's weird and jarring, but I have to assume that the people making the game didn't feel that way, because they, you know, that's how they made it and they kept it in the game. But it's weird to me. But it's certainly also, like, yeah, I think the garishness and everything is, I think, like, I don't mind it. I think it's, in a lot of places, it's actually really cool. Like, it does give the game a strong sense of personality. But I think there are many places where they could have toned it down, and it would not have been at the cost of the game's personality, so to speak. Like, yeah, if the definition of it is, like, we want it to be
difficult to parse. We want it to be completely like overloading all your senses. Like if that specifically in itself is the goal, then I mean, yeah, I guess you want it, you need it to be totally like overloaded for that to, you know, to achieve that. But I think, like I said, like because we get a perfect example of it with that cave level, like it's okay for I mean, not only okay, I would say it's desirable for backgrounds to be notably lower contrast so that the foreground elements are instantly readable and stand out. And it's like, man, I think the game, it's like they feel like they've got something to prove or something. I don't know, like they want to just cram every color into everything. And I think whenever there's when there isn't a readability issue on the line, like I think that's perfectly sensible. I think that's like, it's wild and cool, and it's sort of, that's where it's really like doing its thing, and I definitely respect that. But I think it's just probably taken a little bit too far. Demo scene logic, yeah, it's just like, it's so unfortunate because I feel like here, the sky being like, having all this detail in the background there is cool, like, but it's still like a mostly sort of flat background. And now we have these like trees. I don't know, I mean, at least here those colors are mostly somewhat sort of mild, and we have the bright orange bullets. Like, it's okay, but it's still like, these trees are in the foreground. They really didn't need to have the brightest highlight. Like, you could definitely have less contrast. But yeah, the cave is just like the more kind of egregious example, because we get to see what it looked like before it like switches to this overly garish color palette, and it's like in real time you see it like get worse, because it's like, oh, this is a cool scene. Oh shit, now I like can't see. I think it is kind of cool how the color palette sort of changes over the course of that scene, but I wish it was far more subtle. And I mean, even here, like, it's, yeah, I just wish, I don't know, it'd be interesting if there was like a ROM hack or something. These transitions are like, for stuff like that, I guess I would definitely have preferred a kind of gradual transition of tile sets and what have you, because that's the thing, like, speaking of the kind of technical impressiveness potential of just flashing through different areas without, like, you know, stopping or whatever, like, it is still removing graphics from the screen before having other graphics show up. But the funny thing is, like, ultimately, if you compare this to many old shoot-'em-ups, this is like less seamless because there is that overt flash and transition, whereas other games might have areas where you are in one area and it progressively transforms into something else as you are going through it. And I you know, based on this one level at least, you sort of get the impression that that's not going to be a thing that this game does ever. We're just in this tile set until we just flip a switch, and now we're in this tile set. And I think that's just inherently kind of not that satisfying. But this background is so much better now. Just like, I mean, it's still like relatively high contrast, but it's more monochromatic, and it's a different color from the bullets. I'm not even sure what that guy is gonna do. Like, some of that readability stuff for sure is just like a matter of getting used to certain things, I'm sure. Like, there's definitely games I've played that seem extremely overwhelming. You have no idea how you're supposed to parse it, and then you just play it for a bit and it kind of becomes second nature. And that could be the case for this game. It would certainly not surprise me if that's, you know, kind of what happened with the people making it, you know? I'm coming to this as a new player. Fuck! I get him? I think so. So like, how will my experience compare to someone who's been playing the game for 2 years? I missed the gem. Come on. See, like, such a nicer background. Okay, that was pretty lucky. Oh, the treasure chests. Okay. Could those have contained something else? I don't know. Like, the neon colors are great, but like, they're on everything, right? That gets to be a bit much. So I know that I missed shooting at least one gem on one turtle. I didn't see any hidden keys. I don't know what would, you know, where that comes into the picture. But yeah, I think like that one snake enemy where you have to like just wait out the wave shot. That was like the one tricky thing. I feel like the boss, you can probably just get up in his grill and you don't really need to get out of the way, I don't think. Because it seemed like, I mean, I got a little bit lucky there, of course. It wasn't premeditated, but when he swung the flail, like I was within its range, so it missed me, it seemed like. So, I mean, taking deaths here and there, but still, like, you know, keeping in mind we do have settings for lives and what have you. We could make this a little easier for us. So for on my second attempt, like, being able to make progress, I think it's promising for a game to seem like, as someone who has no confidence in their shoot 'em up skills, I you know, it'll take a bit of a grind for me to beat this game probably, but it doesn't seem like it would feel totally insurmountable. If I game over, we won't be able to pick this stage. We should definitely pick this while we can. So fantasy level 2. Although technically this is like stage 4, I guess. So we can probably expect a bit of a difficulty ramp. Goblin's Castle. Font does not look very good as like a monospace. Shop. So now we have 370 medals, 2 lives, 3... There's a bomb. I forgot that there's bombs in this game. Maybe I should have used those. So I have... Did I lose power-ups from dying? Because I only have 1 shot power-up now. I thought I collected at least 2. But I guess I might have collected 2 and then lost them from... No, because I have 1 and I have 0 melee power-ups. I'm confused. But okay, so I can upgrade it once for 100, or I can upgrade it fully for 150. So it looks like I have... The bottom right is my melee power and top left is my shot power. And it said, like, it's a little confusing because visually it looks as though the shot power is being filled up from the left just because they're like arrow shaped, and that it's like filled up from the right on the melee thing on the bottom right. But it said in the manual that melee power up can only be... You can only buy it from the store. So I have to take that to mean that my melee power is now at 0. But, like, it doesn't... Like, the red arrows don't necessarily look less, like, lit up than the white arrows. Like, I don't know. It's a little visually confusing. 450 for a continue, which I cannot afford. Half enemy bullets. Okay. So the thing is, I need to finish a level. I won't, like, this will be my last shop. Unless I beat the next level, which seems unlikely. So we shouldn't really be too concerned about saving money. I guess the life is gonna be obviously useful. Like that, you know, if I buy this, I will use it. But shot power, you know, it's definitely helpful as well. I'm gonna game over relatively quickly anyway, I feel like. So, fuck it, let's do this. Max melee power. Alright, so that now... Okay, so I have 3 white little arrows down there, so that does in fact mean what I thought it would. So, I guess what we can... I might as well get... Like, if I upgrade this to save money or whatever, I'm not... There's not gonna be anything else for me to really use it on, so... Let's do that. Let's get a level hint, why not? Gird thine loins, hero. Those goblins no doubt have all kind of wickedness waiting in the castle. Wow, what an amazing hint. Okay guys, we have to gird our loins. That's a level hint, and then for 50 you get a boss hint. Okay, well we can't afford that, so all we can do is gird our loins and hope for the best. Doesn't really tell you how the medals convert to points, but I got like I had like 55,000 or something. It wasn't like a huge amount. Thanks for the follow. Cannot really look at chat currently, but it's a little weird how each stage starts with like a 1-second little intro, but it's cool. And I appreciate leaving the screen in like a normal human transition. Also, I want to say, I think this was actually in the demo. This seems familiar. Green shots are not very visible. Not these ones, but they were like smaller. I like the music. Okay, now we're just teleporting inside. These little goblins are pretty sick. I don't remember this from the demo. Dude, you lose 2 hours when you die. It seems kind of excessively rude. Music is sick though, I'm not lying. I have bombs. Remember to try to use bombs. Yeah, see? Like, there's enemies and shit on screen. Okay, well, there's my bomb after I died. The fact that, like, I think that's what makes the teleporting stuff extra jarring. You see stuff come on screen, but before you can shoot it or, like, interact with it, it just, like, flashes out of existence. Yeah. Gonna get out of that. I think that's what makes it, like, it feels like you're being interrupted. Like, that's why it really feels jarring. So let's see here. I'm getting 100 points per kill. Melee kills seem to give... Well, I guess I couldn't see if it's more or less. It would make sense for it to be more. I just noticed that it increased the 10 digit, but I think it increased the 100 digit also, so I guess it was maybe like 250 or 150 or something. Medals collected, holding. I'm not sure about the difference between that, but I guess one is the ones I'd picked up over the level versus ones I had previously. No, I guess collected would be all of the ones I've collected over the course of the run. Holding would be the ones I didn't spend, I guess. Oh, we, Dude, so we game overed with 50 something. Well, yeah, okay, that's not true. We didn't game over with 50 something on my first attempt. That's the final score after the post-game bonus cash-in or whatever. I was gonna say that, like, we got a little bit further and we doubled our score, but not exactly how that works. I mean, in a sense, but we didn't game over with 50,000 the first time. I want to keep playing. It's still pretty fun to play. I have my qualms about it. It's one of those things where it's like it's so easy to imagine or at least speculate and wonder, like, how would this game feel if you know, it was just a little bit more legible. But it's cool and enjoyable, and I think, like I said, it's got personality, and that counts for, you know, a fair bit. I definitely do need to take a short break. I need to go to the bathroom. But when I return, we'll make another attempt. I think we'll try the other levels and ships. It's so readable, but I bet the ship's gonna light up and you can't see anything. Yeah, there you go. I mean, okay, the blue bullets still stand out fine, but I think this looked better when it was dark. Like, it's still creepy and cool, but the gameplay is so much more legible. I wish the backgrounds looked more like that. Anyway, I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Organize it. Let's do a little dance party.
All right. I've returned. Going our way. Let's get back into it. Make a... I was gonna say second attempt. I guess a third attempt. But just looking into this again, I can increase my bombs, but that's not gonna help me because I don't remember to use them. But it did seem like bombs do not replenish on death. So at the very least, it's not one of those things where, like, missing out on using a bomb isn't as meaningful. Like, if you're still alive, you know, if the credit's still going, you still have the bombs to use them. It's not like a missed opportunity. But it's still, of course, it's quite difficult to, you know, by the time you realize that you would want to use a bomb, I feel like you're kind of, like, you don't really see death coming far enough in advance to use a bomb. Like, at least I don't. You know, I'm sure you can work out more familiarity with patterns and levels and stuff to realize, give yourself the opportunity, I guess, to spot being in a bad situation in time to actually make use of a bomb to help you. But I don't know, doesn't seem like it would make a vast difference. Like, you can increase lives from 3 to 4, which I suppose is a 33% increase, but it's like still not that much. You can, however, give yourself 200 medals to start, and that will, I think, make the biggest difference. Well, maybe not. But basically what this means is that you can upgrade your weapons before you start. You can either get like full powered shots, or you can level up your shot and melee ones, or, like, you know, you can give yourself upgrades. But the thing is, like, you lose your weapon levels down, I guess, by 2 levels when you die once. So, you know, you better make good use of it. I guess what I'm getting at it is, doesn't seem like you can level, or you can, it doesn't seem like you can make the game that much easier. Like, if you get good at the game, then I think it might give you more momentum. Like, this would eventually be more helpful, but, like, as a beginner, there doesn't seem to be that much. Like, even if I cranked everything up to the easiest, it would not make a huge difference. Which I suppose you could make arguments for whether that's a good or bad thing. I'm pretty neutral on it, I suppose. I'm just making note of it, because I think having difficulty options is, and especially like this, where it's kind of granular and there's multiple things we can change. I guess I would kind of expect there to be a wider spectrum of how far you can tweak it. I think it's a little surprising, I suppose, that they give you the option of changing lives, but the option is there to give you 1 more life. Like, I mean, you can lower it, you can have 1 less life, but it's not like 3, 5, 7 or anything like that. You can't give yourself the option to start with a continue. It's like pretty narrow, the range. Because obviously, you know, when it comes to difficulty balancing, there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of implications to making changes, and there's like, it can have a big impact on how the game design functions in a lot of ways, depending on the game, etc., etc. But especially if it's just like I guess what I mean by that is, like, I can see why not every game wants to give the player total freedom to, like, ruin the balance or whatever. Not to mention, in a lot of cases, offering difficulty levels in the first place requires a lot of work, because you might have to change how things function in the game. Like, literally giving you, like, changing these numbers is like the easiest thing you can do. I suppose my kind of philosophy on it is that I would kind of expect, and I would think it makes sense to have a greater opportunity for like beginners to make it feel a little more welcoming, with more, like, at the very least, give me 5 lives. It seems odd to me that 4 is the max. It's just, like, really stingy. If you're gonna have this option.
it doesn't greatly bother me personally. It's not that like I'm upset because the game is too hard and it doesn't give me the option to make it as easy as I would like. I might arrive at that conclusion if I play it more, but that's not my critique at this point. I'm not even sure it is a critique at all, but it's curious, I suppose. But I do, like, I mean, I said that after my second attempt, or during my second attempt rather, where I first got through the first level, that like, hey, I can feel a tangible progression here. I don't usually get too frustrated with stuff like this until I reach that point where I no longer feel like I'm making progress. But if I make multiple attempts and I feel like there's no tangible like feeling that my next attempt will be better than my previous attempt, like when I reach a point where I attempt something multiple times and I feel like I'm doing worse with every attempt, or at least not like I don't know what to do or how to do as well as I did previously, like that's a bad feeling that I tend to kind of get frustrated with. Is this being rendered correctly? Is this line in the middle? Maybe, I don't know. I guess we'll see if it does like the other thing. If I just leave it be, does it just stop showing graphics? Tiles just run out? Doesn't seem like it. Tile arrangement still definitely looks strange to me, but I mean, they're, you know, tiles keep going, so there's there's that. It still seems so strange to me, the order of things. Like, we pick a level, then we get the level intro, then we get the shop, and then we pick character. Seems strange to me. I guess I could buy a level hint, because like statistically I'm arguably unlikely to get to a shop. Like, are we gonna beat the level first try? I'm not so sure. And even if we do, like, we're gonna be, I guess I'll consider that a bonus. Is there a weird flash in the crystal ball? I guess I don't know exactly how to parse your question. Like, it's a 60 hertz flicker. I guess I don't really have a good way to troubleshoot, like, if my capture pass-through is doing something. Like, OBS is not dropping any frames. I should be streaming at 60 hertz. But I don't know exactly, like, I can look at my OBS capture window, which seems to look mostly like, I guess I didn't really look at what that effect looked like, but I don't trust that the OBS preview is representative of what you are seeing on stream either. But yeah, it's like, it's just showing an image every other frame. I mean, we're gonna make multiple attempts. I might as well purchase these hints so I have read them. Tank patrols are getting really serious on the streets nowadays. They send out the big one when it gets real bad. So I might as well just buy this hint. I'm gonna probably game over before I can shop anything anyway. News says there's a giant mecha on the loose tonight. Trigger happy cops or some psycho playing with military gear? I don't know. Does this count as a hint to get like a vague description of what the boss might look like? Better buy something, pal. My kitty here doesn't settle for the cheap stuff. Well, can't afford anything. So this is the alien one, right? Any alien, yeah, and this is the fact that I get like confused about this, I think, is a bit of an issue with this, like the theming. Yeah, okay, so this is the, okay, readability is instantly like way worse than on the previous level. Yeah, the medals, like, kind of contribute to that as well. Dangerous streets. Yeah, so every area has a name. It's also a little difficult to find the time to read. Right, this is my melee attack. Has this kind of arc to... I guess that thing was still alive. Fucking hell, this is so much harder to read than the other level. For the most part, I think they do a good job of having enemies like flash and respawn when you shoot them. And the explosions when they die are mostly kind of both readable and satisfying. But I guess it's not strictly always the case. Super positive of what I can even hurt on this screen. Keep flashing. I'm mostly focusing on avoiding bullets. I'm at 0 lives. I have 3 bombs. But yeah, I guess the light posts here are like the thing you can shoot and destroy, similar to the turtle orbs on the previous level. This is at least a much... this area is much easier on the eyes. Previous ones. But, you know, it's like a little bit of a concern that that's something we have to, like, judge. I might as well use bombs to see if we can see more of the level. Ooh, oh, this is not easy to look at. Bomb. Okay, we're out of bombs. I second guessed how to dodge that. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, that was kind of exhausting. That level felt way harder. 6%. I didn't look to see what secret progress I made when I game overed on the second goblin stage. I can't bother filling up. Let's try this again and see if we do any better. I'll save the money this time. I didn't save the money, I just gave myself points. I didn't mean to do that. 75 medals, I guess, translates to 6,000. I don't know what the math is on that, but... I don't know if... I'm trying to remember what it said. So, I guess... the knight probably has the highest powered weapon, because it's like the narrowest range. The alien shot had like the weaker spread shot. To consult the manual again, I think, because I don't really remember. What I'm getting at is, like, I don't know if I take much stock in the idea that I have something to gain. I mean, I'm not saying it's factually incorrect, but I don't know how much I personally would have to gain from making sure I play with the quote-unquote appropriate character based on what level we're in. So it looks like different things flash here. But I don't know if it makes... Oh no, okay. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, I reckon it takes his damage all the same. But I did shoot off like the... Okay, I missed that. I mean, I don't think secrets are really gonna matter. I'm gonna game over before any of that becomes relevant. Some kind of troublesome tank spawns that killed me last time, I think. I'm gonna kind of try to avoid spending too much time at the very bottom edge of the screen. I will say that, like, dodging bullets feels good and not overly difficult. Or at least like I'm more capable of doing it than I might expect from these kinds of games. That was actually a well-used bomb. I survived because of it. Feels like the melee should be more powerful, but I don't really know if that's even the case. I could kind of tell that is not going to end well. Like, shoot out the cockpits. I'm guessing that's going to be like a secret collecting thing. Pretty difficult. Fuck. I backed into that bullet. Yeah, I used a bomb right as the screen transition. Or maybe it's the other way around. Okay, this looks cool. I have 2 bombs, so I should try to use them, I guess. Okay. Did I kill the boss or just the hand? Sounds like I killed the boss. Okay. 2 chests. What's up, Lemty? Yeah, Greiser is like the main artist on this. I have no familiarity with them outside this game, but that's what the credits said. Like, the only person involved with this that I knew anything about before this game is Micke Tillander, who did like the programming. Or I guess, I mean, I don't know that he did all of it, but that's his contribution to the game. But I guess the guy who did the sound and music is also, I don't know, a known name, I guess. From the way it's like marketed, that seems to be the case, but I'm not familiar with them. Alright, so, I mean, again, second attempt, we cleared the level. You get to that sort of penultimate area before the boss, and there's a kind of a mid-boss or a trickier enemy that you gotta kind of become a little bit more familiar with, knowing how to dodge. And then it'll be a little easier. So I intended to save my medals, which I failed at. So, Sub-City Depths. I don't know how much we got to, what's the word? Got to work with here. Yeah, so looking at the, my OBS preview window here, I'm just like out of curiosity since it was brought up. My OBS window is definitely like doing like it's dropping frames occasionally because the flicker isn't like consistent. Like it disappears sometimes. But I don't know. I feel like if that happened on stream, well, it's not the case. I was gonna say if that happened on stream, I feel like I should see that somewhere and like drop frames. But it's of course possible that my capture somehow isn't capturing every frame, but OBS is like broadcasting every, like, I don't know. I hope that isn't the case, because that would be really bad. And really bad because it's going to look bad and I have no way of fixing it. Or at least I don't know how I would try to go about fixing it. Because it's not, like, I don't know. When OBS is tracking, there's a missed frame or a screen. Yeah, okay. That sucks. I mean, I guess, like, the reason I think it's, like, I don't know what would cause that. Because OBS isn't reporting dropped frames, but technically speaking, I don't know. Like, drop frames can happen at multiple parts of the chain, right? It can be, like, I reckon dropped frames is purely kind of a broadcast thing. It's not necessarily, like, I guess it can drop frames, so to speak, in terms of rendering. But it's strange to me that OBS would, like, struggle with that. It's one of those things that, like, I wouldn't ever really know or notice. I guess that could be a thing. It could be a, Actually, let me try this. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, because I guess the pass-through could interpret this differently than the capture. So it could be something like that. Let me see. I want to say that there's a... Yeah, so if I change this... Well, okay, it still happens. Actually, what if I change this setting? Like, lock to 60 hertz, I have no idea what that means. Because I can tell still, like, something is happening. Like, it doesn't look the same in OBS as it does on my, like, on the pass-through on my monitor. But yeah, like, it could be a capture thing. It could be this, like, the device. Yeah, so now my screen blacks out every now and again, which is not preferable. Again, my biggest issue with this is, like, it's a difficult thing to troubleshoot, and I wouldn't know kind of what I could do to really fix it. And I would imagine that, like, I don't know, it could be an encoding thing. But that's the thing, like, the OBS preview window, what I see in there, I guess because I see something and you see something, that's not a guarantee that we're seeing the same thing either. Because obviously the OBS preview will be there whether I'm streaming or recording or not. It's just a very frustrating thing to... Like, this kind of scene that we're seeing right now is, like, the worst case scenario, right? Like, because it's never going to be... during regular gameplay, you wouldn't, like... These imperfections wouldn't really be a big... Oh, it ended eventually. That's funny. Like, you wouldn't really notice, necessarily. Okay, there's, like, still something flashing here on my... This is really weird. Yeah, so, like, my immediate concern isn't that people are not able to enjoy the stream. It's just that, like, it's not perfect when I feel like it should be, and that's bothersome to me. Especially given that I don't know what I could do to make it, like, to fix it. Okay, I can't afford a 1-up, which I would still not have been able to afford, actually. So, at least I don't have to feel too bad about cashing out my points. But I guess we can just barely get... I mean, I can reduce enemy bullets. Let's do that, I guess. We'll cash out our 10 medals. Alright. Fighting tanks in the sub-city, wherever it's called. I wonder if the bullet reduction affects bullet speeds. Or just numbers. We'll never know. I do have 2 bombs. Did I get those replenished, or did I just not use bombs? I guess maybe I didn't use all of them. Use one now. This screen feels like pleasantly readable. The rockets are a little scary, but at least it seems like you can shoot them, destroy them. Yeah, they're pretty fast. I guess that's the trade-off. Melee attack's kind of interesting. I mean, this ship's melee attack specifically. Oh, that it seems super powerful, especially because I can't shoot simultaneously, which I guess may be the case. That's so weird! Like, just bullets about to hit us, just disappearing too. But I like, even, like, without a lot of weapon upgrades, none of the enemies or even bosses feel super tanky. And I do appreciate that. Also, I just realized, as far as the difficulty thing goes, if you start with 200, you can actually afford the enemy bullet reduction thing. Probably a bit of a waste, but... And I guess that would quite drastically decrease difficulty, as evidenced by the fact... Well, shouldn't have been sitting right in front of him, I guess.
as evidenced by how far I got there. %20 secrets progress, whatever that means. I wonder if the orbs, and like when I say orbs, I mean the ones on the level select screen. I guess it's possible that like the general secrets progression number, like it's a, if that reaches 30%, then one orb gets filled in. Like it might not be connected to the specific stages. We got 90 more points than last time. Our highest score. Alright, let's try the alien stages this time. Base infestation. Oh, here's the space shop. I think it's my favorite shopkeeper art. Like, not strictly the character design, although probably that too. The artwork, I like. I guess, again, if we go by statistics here, we should expect to not survive to the next shop on this attempt, so we might as well purchase the hints. Watch out for bursting alien pods. Those suckers seek out any life forms to feed on. Okay, avoid enemies. Good advice. Our station's defense machinery, Gore X, went totally crazy. We're thinking it may have been infected. I mean, I feel like they could have just called this, like... all of them could just be called chat or lore or whatever. I don't feel like they constitute hints. The girl gotta do to keep full stock of high-yield laser rounds these days. That's not the exit. I keep thinking that's the exit. Luckily, I didn't have any medals to cash out. Flashing caught me off guard. Up noodle. Alright, let's try this chip. Oh, man. Like, the backwards look better when they're monochromatic. But yeah, okay, this is a pretty... Okay, those are... enemies, like okay. Readability just getting, like, worse and worse. Oh yeah, the melee on this was a little shield orb thing. Okay, I think that ship just flew past me without me taking damage. I didn't see those enemies that I very nearly flew into. Okay, this is a little better. Oh. I mean, I guess this is level 3, so it should be a little harder than level 2. Are those the alien pods? That's the thing, like, I received hints about something that's going to be in the level. But I feel like I have no chance of actually identifying the thing that was talked about when I come across it. Pixel art in the ship looks really good, though. I like that they have this, like, the tilting sprites, which obviously is, you know, fairly standard thing, but still nice to see it being done well. I do appreciate the... Yeah, I was trying to see if my shield thing erases bullets, but it definitely does not seem to do that. What was I saying? Yeah, the green bullets here are, like, as readable as any bullets have been on any stage, so that's good. Previous area was pretty rough, though. So is this. Oh, I guess that was back. I was like, I figured I had to fly through that narrow thing in the center, but that's probably not the case. I don't think this game has walls. I think we've gotten 6% secret progress on, like, every first attempt, basically. I don't know if it's my imagination, but I feel like the weaker power level of the spread shot was tangible there. So far, I feel like having the home turf character does not feel like it's made any difference. So we'll try this and we'll play the knight. We'll not cash out this time.
I see what you're saying, Mudbound Dragon, but it hasn't been an issue for me. Like, I don't disagree. I think the metal count could have been somewhere on screen that they could still have made it, you know, fly over there. That was bad. Okay, I kind of want to reset now. That was totally on me. Okay, so the thing there spawns, so the ship itself doesn't hurt me. Oh, and I can't just let it leave. Okay, but those, you know, it's just, might as well get some research out of this. I look forward to listening to the music outside of the game, because even though I think they did a good job of not really having the sound effects destroy too much of the music, there's enough going on that it's a little bit of a challenge to parse and enjoy the music. The game is, you know, it's not just visually dense, it's kind of orally dense too. Although I guess it's mostly the visual stimuli making the audio difficult to take in. But yeah, as far as the metals go, it might just be the color of them or the way they move, but I don't feel like I struggle too much with confusing them with bullets. Even 20k. It was funny though, going immediately from the alien ship to the night, like a very tangible difference in like bullet spread. I feel like this is like the nice balance too, because it does have like this kind of range on the melee attack as well. Even if it didn't necessarily seem strong. Did I fucking cash out my gems? Maybe you do that automatically, I guess. I didn't, because now I have... No, I think what happened maybe is I did it while the zipper was on screen. I like pressed a button, and in my mind it's like, oh, it defaulted me to the exit. Maybe it did that because I inadvertently spent the metals. I think that's probably what happened. Seems like maybe that's what happened anyway. Oh well. Weirdly tanky. Maybe the melee did more damage than I thought. I guess, I don't know if it's a matter of leveling it up or not, but I feel like I guess I would assume that a melee attack like this is going to be inherently, like, at least 2 to 3 times more powerful than my full range weapon. But it doesn't really, like, feel like that's the case. Like, it might be. I wouldn't have a super easy way to... That's how I got killed last time, too. And I lost my weapon power up because of it, of course. But it doesn't, like, I mean, I can't say that it isn't very powerful, but it kind of doesn't feel very powerful. Deadly Cargo 2, First Swarm. Yeah, I can fly in front of these things. No problem. Not needlessly kill myself because I make up obstacles that don't actually exist. Oh, there are turrets. They're space caterpillars. The fact that there's like multiple targets on screen when the screen transitions continues to weird me out. Huh, it unleashed a big one of those. Okay, we got some slowdown there. I think I probably could have narrowly avoided that, but still better to use a bomb than a death. But I like that the stages are pretty concise and there's not that many scenes and not that many patterns. Like there's not that many things. Like learning each level feels pretty, I don't want to say trivial, but like not overly There's like not that many things you have to memorize. Hope that's doing damage. Yeah. Head. A good satisfying flash without being too overbearing. Oh shit. I was gonna say that seemed like an easier fight, but I guess it wasn't quite done yet. Oh. Well. Never mind. I guess that explains that. Do I need to like not shoot things so they crash into the boss? That doesn't seem to be the case. Okay. Well, I reckon I'm supposed to fly past the boss and shoot him from the left. I don't really want to touch that thing. I can... Nope, okay, teleported out of there. Oh, I could have very easily have flown into something and died there, so I think I didn't. Okay. Guess I stopped bullets that were coming out of the heart, maybe? Whoa, okay. Oh, come on. Just about to kill him, and then I died. Yeah, the melee... I don't want to necessarily say that the melee seems weak, but it doesn't seem to be more powerful than the ranged weapon. And I felt that with all characters, yeah. Or at least... Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the thing of, like... With that ship, the gold ship, it seems kind of more beneficial... But the value of it seems to be more that I can hit things above and below me. But the knight just shoots this bigger sword right in front of him. It doesn't, like, it kind of feels like you should be able to feel like you can really melt enemies if you use the melee. And that doesn't necessarily feel like it's the case. And that's also partially because enemies aren't super tanky. But I feel like if you keep sustained fire on an enemy for a little bit, they go down eventually. But it's like, all right, let me try. I've shot a few of these chips. Let me try to do a melee on these chips. And then you walk up and you have to go like zoom, zoom, zoom. You hit like 3 times and then they die. It's like, well, I could have just used my regular fire and it doesn't feel like it would have been taking longer. Again, obviously there's no actual science or data that goes into that, but in terms of how it feels, I expect to try to swing the sword once and have them go down and feel like, oh yeah, that, you know, that was a good payoff for taking the risk of getting up close. Essence of Evil. So I don't know. 151. Well, we're at 0 lives. So let's just get full main shot power up. And I fucking picked the wrong one. So now we only get 1 power up instead of 3. Whoops. Well, I guess we can afford the hint then. Which is stupid because next time we were... Well, whatever. I can't afford the boss hint, so I can't get... Let's just enjoy the hints. I've checked my scope and it's getting really hairy in there, fella. Better bring more ammo. Okay. So don't leave ammo behind, I guess. That boss was really sick, though. That was a cool boss fight. I really enjoyed that. Oh, a little bit of slowdown there. See there, like, okay, I was able to take it with 2 sword attacks, I guess. I guess, again, like, the fact that you can't melee, like, you have to stop shooting to melee, maybe contributes to that feeling. That might be specific to this ship. I don't remember the others having that, but could easily just be something I didn't pick up on. I don't like these smaller bullets. Whoa, whoa, okay. Transition actually helped me out there. Whoa. Okay, where the fuck can I be on screen here? Not there. I should have bombed. I have 3 bombs. Deep in the guts. Name of the level. I love that there are level names, but like, never pick up on them. Secrets progress 0%. What? What did I do? How? Wait, what? What is it even counting? I definitely had more than 0% when I game overed on the first alien stage. So now that I completed that alien stage, I somehow did so while getting less secrets? I have no idea what that's even tracking, so... Like, I just assume, like, you know, there's not that many ways for us to interact with the game world, so I assume that secrets are related to shooting things in the level. And, you know, we've noted in each level there being things that we can shoot that don't fire back, like things that aren't enemies. So I've assumed that that's connected somehow. But I haven't, you know, it's inconclusive, of course, but, you know, maybe if we play the first set of levels and we avoid shooting the turtle gems, maybe, you know, maybe we can see that that number's then lower to help us to do. I mean, it's the kind of thing where I definitely do not expect to piece that all together myself. I figure if I ever get to the point of needing to know that, if I get good enough at this game to be able to finish it, you know, someone else can work that out for me, and I can just read a guide to what you're supposed to do. So it's not like a frustration with not being able to figure out as much as it is a little bit of confusion, like surprise, I guess. At okay, I guess whatever I did there, you know, amounted to 0%. All right, we've gotten a taste of all 3 areas. Now I want to see if we can play, if we can complete more than one level of the first 3 levels. Or rather, can we complete more than one level, period? And the best odds of doing that is completing the levels we have previously completed. So of course, hopefully I remember any of this, but... I guess for this one, like, maybe I'm more used to gold at this point, but on the other hand, like, I've only ever beaten this level with this character. I think he's the coolest, so go with this. Yeah, there's like nothing in this scene as far as I'm aware. Little intro. So whenever I played the other levels, I felt that, like, oh, they were harder than stage 1. Let's see if I feel that way now, having not played this level for a little bit. I guess this level doesn't really throw any surprising enemy patterns at you, really. Like, not a lot of enemies that pop up sort of behind you or directly below you. Well, I still fucking took a death because I'm... You know what? Fuck it. This will not stand. What happens if I press B? Can I do a quick start here? I cannot. Okay. Press a button. There's no button that takes me to the exit thing. I have to navigate there carefully. Not accidentally buy something I don't want. I think in general, like, the, you know, as far as the concerns with legibility and everything, like, that's been kind of the main discussion of the art. That, and I guess, like, the broad sort of thematic things and, like, the vibe of the game and everything. But I think in general, the pixel art on the, like, all of the character art, so to speak, like ships, creatures, anything that's not the level, I think it's really quite good. And I think the player ships are really nicely drawn. Oh, I missed that guy. It's fine. Ultimately, survival matters more than anything. The little bits of animation with movement. Okay, yeah, so this guy also cannot shoot while meleeing, so that's not a gold-specific thing. No. I think one thing I like about this game is that the movement speed feels really good. Like, you feel really agile, but you don't feel like you're too fast, which can definitely be a thing in games. Like, you have games like Thunder Force where you can toggle your movement speed on the fly, where it's like, well, there's a very real risk that you're going to be too fast, so the game will let you slow down to help navigate narrow tunnels and shit. You know, even in Gradius, it's like, well, you can kind of get too many speed upgrades. All right, I'm fully powered up. So being like too fast for your own good is very much a thing in shoot 'em ups. But for them to have this, you know, found this balance where you feel really fast and agile and can move around really well, but not... I don't think that even once, really, I have taken a death because I felt I moved too fast and kind of overshot. Like, I've flown into bullets that I could have avoided, but I don't feel like it was because I moved too fast and I went further than I expected. This stage is kind of longer than I remembered. I would have thought we were at the Turtle Lake at this point. I guess the Turtle Lake's like the last section before the boss. Guys at least seem pretty easily dealt with, just shooting. So we gotta be a little careful here when it comes to the snake thing to avoid his tail, or rather avoid being in direct line of fire from his tail shots, which go directly horizontal. Nice, got him. That was actually a little bit scary. We got a secret key. And a 1-up. I don't know what I did to earn that key, but... Ah! I was trying to stay in a safe spot close to him. And I managed to still dodge it, like, the one time, but... that was not how you're supposed to dodge it, I think. You're supposed to be, like, further away. I mean, ideally, yes, that probably is perfect, but I kind of misjudged. Okay, so we got a key. I don't know what I did. I mean, I think I played well, generally, up until that point. Hard to think what it might have been. Because I did get those last turtle gems, but that was like after the bird appeared with the key. So it, like, hitting those things would not have triggered the key. I suppose it could be just like kill count. I think I missed an enemy or two. Like I didn't kill every enemy, but it's possible that I just hit a few more enemies than I did on previous attempts. I'm not sure. That death felt a little annoying, but especially because I would have maintained weapon power. The amount of medals? I don't know. That doesn't seem... I don't know, I guess. At this point, I almost feel like I would have an easier time with the alien level, but let's do this one. So 361. Yeah, and I realized with the I thought I'd like you go down a certain number of levels, but I forgot how it worked, and I just remembered that the melee starts at 0 upgrades, and I guess you can get 3 of them, but the main shot can only be upgraded twice, so it'll always have at least one little pip filled in there, but it goes back to the base level when you die. So we took 1 death, but we got 1-1-up, so we're back to starting number of lives, which means that we have, with the amount of lives we have now, we have previously been able to complete this level. And we've completed all 3 starting levels without the enemy shot downgrade. Which means we should be more than capable of doing this. I guess the thing is, like, I can get a weapon upgrade, but I know I've completed this stage without having that, and like I know that if I take a death, I'll lose it. So like, it makes me kind of not want to get it. Kind of weird that there's no bomb. I mean, I have 3. I don't need more, but you would expect that to be something you could spend money on. Surprising that that's not the case. Maybe you have a set number of bombs per stage, I guess. I didn't use any, so I don't know if having fewer here would have carried over. I'm kind of tempted to get an extra life just for, like, improved survivability in general. I know that that's not gonna, like, whatever. We're still beginners. It's fair play. But, I just don't feel super confident that I would make great use of the additional firepower. Or, you know, not necessarily confidence, it's just that knowing that it's a very volatile upgrade, because if I die, I will have lost it. Whereas the 1-up is going to be... when I die is when the 1-up actually comes into use, you know? If I die quickly, I will feel more justified having spent the money on the 1-up, I guess. Alright, let's go with gold. If I remember anything from this level, the whole jet area is definitely the problem area. Hang on. Sorry, there's a phone call. I don't know what that was, so let's not bother with that. Those things have gotten me before for sure. Let's just... oh, there's a lot of bullets, but... what? Oh, I died from touching the tank itself. I guess that makes... well, good thing I fucking bought 1-ups, I guess. Alright. Fuck it, I guess I'll... alright. Alright. If we get... never mind. This is not going great, but I think we can mostly chalk this up to... it's been a while since I played this level. But again, I like that each level, and especially each segment, is short enough that there's... like, the discrete bits that you have to kind of memorize aren't so long, and especially even in stages where it feels like we're just kind of teleporting back and forth between the same areas. Things manage to feel kind of distinctive enough that I don't... I mean, maybe that's down to not having memorized everything yet, but I don't necessarily feel like I'm getting confused or mixed up about which area is which. Trying to use bomb. That's the one part of the pattern. I wanted to see if I could get through that without using bombs, but alas, I could not. Secrets, 20%. And that's even with getting a key. I was like, oh, that's way better than before. It's like, oh, no. The reset got rid of my high scores. So, like, the game feels very learnable, and I will say that it's like it's getting a little bit addictive, frankly. I can see why you might want to. It's still funny to have the option, but doing like rapid retries, I can see why you would want to get rid of the shop zipper just to get through that more quickly. That's a bad start. Guy on screen. But yeah, like, I'm liking the game, I think, more and more as I play it. Even the stuff with the weird, like, teleporting stuff, like, I still think it's a bit weird, but it really doesn't bother me the way it did at first. Because I'm kind of reaching the point where I'm far more concerned with the, like, the mechanical aspect, playing the game, and, like, how I do versus the kind of world building or whatever. Like, it's not, I guess, like, narrative versus mechanics so much either, as it is, like, I'm more engrossed in trying to, you know, memorize which part is which and telling them apart, and like the fashion in which the screen transitions from one area to the next or whatever, like, ultimately doesn't have too much of an effect, and having, like, being more ready for the transitions will happen, and that's what they look like, but also kind of when they will happen. At least I have a little bit more familiarity there. It all combines to it just, like, not feeling as jarring as it did at first. I still think readability is certainly an issue. It's not a non-issue, at the very least. Go max power. But even that, I think, as I kind of suspected, it becomes more manageable. The things won't necessarily feel like they're coming completely out of nowhere or catch you off guard if that, like, specific thing has happened previously. So I'm glad that I'm, like, it's not like I've spent a huge amount of time with this game at this point, right? Like a few hours at most. But even so, like, each attempt, each, like, little bit of time I spend with it does contribute to higher degree of comfort and familiarity with it. And also, again, like, just things like finding the movement speed comfortable, enjoying the pacing of it, and getting a little bit better at it as I go. Like, it's just, you know, I guess you would generally hope to judge games on a kind of longer timeline than an hour, but even so, I'm enjoying the game more the more I play it. And I guess I'm sort of extrapolating from that an expectation that that would continue to be the case as I keep playing it more and more, even if most likely the kind of actual progression of, like, skill improvement would maybe be a little slower. Alright, so I actually got him pretty quickly there. Maybe it's because when I hit that gem, I don't know. There's, like, I missed a gem there, but I did get the. Okay. Staying far away here this time, because you're still out of range for that attack. Yeah, I guess that works fine. That's a less risky strat. It's not as cool. $439. Is that a record? I feel like previously we get, like, in the 360, 370 kind of range of medals. Like over 400. Deathless too. So that's good. I was like, do you want to play with the knight? Now we're getting here with 439 and full shot power. The melee power only ever goes up when you buy the upgrades in the shop. And I guess I don't know offhand, I don't remember if the melee power also goes down when you die. You know, if we reduce this, we would definitely have an easier time. But doubling medals, I guess, you know, if I survive to the next shop, I would expect to earn more than 100 medals. So this seems like not a bad investment, frankly. Let's get this. Let's level up our melee by 1. If for no other reason than to determine if we lose melee levels. Yeah, and I guess like the score doubling is what you would definitely get if you're actually looking to get score, which I'm not concerned with at this point, but I wonder if that's gonna be important for the true ending stuff. Man, I forgot that continues are even a thing. But if you buy the double, if we make it to another shop, I think chances are good that we can afford to continue at that point. Maybe we'll target that, because that's actually an interesting kind of development too. And I want to say Tensor had something similar where, maybe even Xenocrisis, I forget, but it's like you can get continues, but you're gonna need to practice a little bit. Like, it takes a little bit to get to the point where you can earn a continue, but if you get good enough at the game to beat a couple of levels so that you can earn the right to buy a continue, then at that point, being able to sort of double the amount of lives you might have had, or if not double, at least like get another set of lives to continue trying, then that gets like a, you know, if you sort of inch forward with each attempt, at that point, being able to get that continue might sort of leapfrog you a little bit and get further. Maybe that'll be the case here too. Although, well, I was gonna say, if we beat the first levels and get to the shop again, we still have to deal with the levels we haven't completed, but we've still seen, you know, I don't think we got to the boss on any of them, but we got through a chunk of some of them. But yeah, this enemy bullets is like a very tantalizing thing, but I'll hold off on it now, even though we could have used it last time. And see if maybe we can manage to afford to continue. But yeah, we cleared the first stage with yeah, we have 4 lives now, like the 0 count, so we have 1 more life than we start with, and we didn't use any bombs, so that's not bad. Now I'm like half tempted to use the knight, because I guess it's like the most powerful. Let's try it. Fuck it. Let's see if we like if it feels any different. Gold definitely does have like the powered up beam is wider for sure. Yeah, metal doubling is definitely, that's the little dangerous part here, the way these guys spawn, but you really kind of want to get rid of them because they're gonna give you a bad time. But of course, you won't be able to afford double medals until the second shop anyway. But yeah, starting from there, probably do want them. Man, there's like weird flicker that just flies past there. Okay, can we survive this time? Oh shit, you actually do have to destroy the ship. It definitely feels like, I don't know if it's the fact that I'm at max power, but this ship does feel more powerful. I mean, you would expect max power to make a difference, but I guess it's, I can't tell how much of it is the ship and how much is the power-ups. I'm very anxious how the next mini-boss will go, but I won't be as afraid to use bombs. I kind of feel like I don't really know. I guess you have to stay below him. I don't know. But yeah, I was gonna say, I think as far as bombs go, obviously not dying is a good thing. But it almost feels like being able to preserve your weapon power is like the more valuable thing as opposed to like staying on the current life. Fuck, I really want to use that, but felt like I kind of had to. There's another key. Gonna be one more of those rope. Yeah, there we go. Oh fuck! I was so focused on trying to get through that volley of bullets that I was not ready for his shot. Oh, there's some Tensor signs in the background. So we had a very easy time with this boss last time, but I don't really remember what it does. Shoots bullets. It's pretty straightforward, I guess. I guess the hand, like, blocks... Oh, I destroyed the head first this time, I think. So we got 2 keys. I wonder if that's somehow going to be represented or do something with the orbs. I don't know. Oh yeah, we have 700. Oh, it looks like my bomb number changed. Oh, bonus. This is awesome looking. Little cherubs riding a fish. Alright, we're maxing out on medals. Holy Grail. Wait, playing cards? Okay. I have no idea what, like, caused this bonus stage to appear. I'm wondering, like... I know that I saw the key appear on screen previously. Holy shit, this is amazing looking. Yeah, the card changes. Am I supposed to get a fucking royal flush? I'm confused. I mean, that was sick, but... Queen of Coin. Yeah, I didn't read all the area names. Yeah, so I wasn't sure how if you were supposed to shoot the bird that drops the key, but I noticed this time that I did shoot it and then it dropped the key. But before, like, I mean, I know that I saw the key on screen, so I must have hit it. But now, because we got the bonus stage now, I'm like, did I do something that I didn't do last time? Oh yeah, let's do this one. Space infestation. All right, so now we are fully kitted out here. I don't have my melee weapon power, so I definitely lost that at one point. The question is, does dying make you lose all melee power or just one? No, I thought you meant you wanted me to stay on this screen. Well, I'm not gonna be difficult to make it to the level select screen. We'll see that plenty. So let's get one continue. Oh shit! The money doesn't cap at 999. It just doesn't show more. So however much we have, it was more than like 1,500. Well, we can definitely afford this then. I guess. Oh, there we go. Now we're finally down below 1,000. Yeah, we had like 700 something when we got to the bonus stage. That means we got about 700 from the bonus stage. Or more even. Yeah, it's somewhere around there, 700-800. Let's get full power. it's so funny. Like, we've spent most shops like not being able to afford anything, and I was like, well, I mean, I could buy everything I want, but let's save a little bit. And by save a little bit, I mean save more than we ever were able to accumulate previously. I mean, I guess even here, spending the money on this doesn't seem like a terrible idea, because it'll definitely make it easier to survive. At this stage, I don't know, I'm trying to think. The part that is like the trickiest is when you destroy the pods that I kind of know where on screen I don't want to be, roughly, when I do that. Once you learn the stages, seems easy to use momentum. Yeah, I get the feeling of that in particular, like the first set of stages. Like, I'm not great at these games. I haven't done that many attempts, and like I deathlessed one of them, and I took one death. Like, you know, it seems relatively like doing the first set of stages deathless doesn't seem, especially if you know where there's like a trouble spot, like the one big tank where it's like, well, I don't know how to get through this, but I know the timing to use a bomb to get through it, so I'll just use a bomb to get through it. Like, if that's where you're at, like, yeah, getting through these first set of stages without too much trouble, even if you don't get the bonus stage consistently, it's still going to give you a lot more money to spend. Like, I'm already at a point where I don't necessarily need to spend that many medals to get through these stages, which does mean that if I finish all 3 of the first stages, then I will have plenty of medals to spend to make it, you know, a little easier to get. Look, I could afford to level down the enemy shots for the next set of levels, for example. So basically, I'm kind of betting here that I'll earn enough that if I make it to the next shop, I can maybe buy another 1-up and maybe upgrade my weapons again, because I will presumably, you know, I'm expecting to probably take a death somewhere here, which will level down my weapons again, but then also maybe afford this also for the next level. So let's go with gold. Also, by the way, I still got the key, even though I played quote-unquote the wrong character. So the idea of the keys being like easier to see or find based on playing the home turf character, I still had no idea what that's like supposed to mean. But this is the character we used when we beat this stage previously, so... Oh, I haven't seen the max power version of this weapon. Oh, there's the max powered sword. Little squids hanging out in this level are hard to see sometimes. I think I missed that input. Like, I would expect kill ratio to tie into something, or at the very least, you know, we're missing out on points and medals. But ultimately, survival is kind of what I care about the most. Yeah, so these pods, they shoot out these, like, fish. These guys, I guess, aren't really fish, but they look vaguely fish-like. But in Deadly Cargo 2, they're gonna pop out these enemies that move forward more quickly. So you can't really be, like, right in front of it. At least, like, the front pod. Whoa, that's an unexpected pattern. Yeah, see, they move down and then they shoot bullets forward. And then in Deadly Cargo 3, there's going to be more of these things coming out of the pods. It's a bad spot. That did not feel familiar. Did not know where to go there. What's this? Yeah, and here's those like turrets. See, the sword is like has such a delay on it. The worms. Oh. See? I don't know. I saw the bird. I don't know if I caught the key. The cargo 3. Still 3 lives. Oh shit, that just like exploded. I've collected 1 key on every stage so far, I think. We've at least gotten the key birds to spawn. Yeah, quite satisfying like rate of learning progress. Right, I didn't remember his pattern at all. That was cutting it quite close. That was extremely close. Try to dodge a little bit lower. Yeah, if I stay up higher, it's gonna make those bullets aim higher, giving me way more room to dodge below, really making it kind of easier. Okay, so now we're gonna be chased. And we have to just avoid stuff while shooting out scrap. I like that the bosses are not, like, super difficult, frankly. I mean, in general, I think the level of difficulty is not as, like, threatening as it kind of seems at first. I'm not surprised, I feel like, at what sort of a deft hand it feels like they've had in difficulty balancing. Okay, he's gonna shoot something like a rocket down below that's gonna like fly up at us or fire or something. We let him anyway. Yeah, I was gonna say, well, we might just kill him before he does that because our weapon is more powerful. 856 plus however many we get from this. Not that many, less than 100, but I mean, still, not nothing. Okay, we are at 0 orbs still, but maybe, like I said, maybe you get 1 orb for completing both. I mean, it does kind of look like the orbs are aligned with each set of levels, right? So it could very easily be that the orbs represent completing both levels in a world. Go with this one, Goblin's Castle. Don't remember much about this level. It had little goblin dudes. But yeah, we have a continue. We have 3 lives, 2 bombs. We did that level deathless. I didn't realize until I thought about it now. So we still have our full power, which means we should definitely, it's in our best interest. Well, we should get double medals and also level down enemy shots. And I guess if we get a 1-up, that'll increase our odds of making it to the next shop, at which point we would then afford another 1-up. It's sold out. That's interesting. I guess, yeah, we're at 5 lives now, which I guess is the max then. Because it doesn't seem like you would be able to get lives any other way. Yeah, so I mean, think about it. This is the first time we made it. I think this is the first time we've cleared even more than 1 stage. And we've cleared 3 stages. And we have 5 lives and a continue. And we had enough points to, like, make this level easier. Yeah, it's quite an interesting momentum, like, design. Go with gold. I remember struggling here and dying quickly, but I don't remember more than that. Get those things out of the way quickly. I mean, in general... Okay, the bullet decrease is very tangible. Yeah, back to level 1 weapons. I have 1 upgrade for the melee, though. Holy fuck, that thing killed us before, for sure. Well, if it didn't take that death when I did, I would have died from that thing, I guess, so... Yeah, we can shoot, like, the goblin heads here. Okay. an upgrade. Oh wait, we're at max upgrade now. Confused. Whatever. But yeah, so our melee has 1 upgrade now. It didn't go back to 0. I think this is... okay, maybe not. Yeah, that thing coming back from behind. Like, oh shit! That big ass like wave attack. Definitely, like, it's such a fast projectile. I feel like that definitely killed us at least once last time, and now we've somehow managed to dodge it twice. There, I saw him down there this time, and I still almost got hit by it. But at least, you know, we're aware of it's that little goblin captain who fires those things. Yeah, he was on that ship there too. Oh, cool transition. The background's cooler now. Nice blue contrasting color. Pristine corridor. Yeah, I don't know. I'm impressed by the fact that this game is making me like it the more I play it. Which I feel like if I gave this amount of time and attention to, I don't know, Thunder Force game or something, I would have expected to reach the point of frustration with my inability to progress. But I think it's also a clever design of the way the level sequence and structure works, because you don't have to get to the point of being able to clear a stage or two before you can practice stages. Like, I thought at first it seemed maybe a little convoluted, but it actually does. Like, if I wanted to specifically practice this stage, I'll be able to get to that point quite easily. You know, I might not be able to have all the medals I had coming into it this time, but it's like the minimum sort of time sink per attempt to get to the point of wanting to practice the thing you want to practice is pretty low. This is actually a really nice background, by the way. Not just cool looking, but actually very legible. I've seen these guys before. Seemed a little tankier this time, but might be... I was gonna say maybe it's because my power level, but no, that's at max. Almost at max. Well, not max, but 999 pedals. Yeah, Ritsujin, you don't have to... like, the medals just get collected. It's just a visual thing. In fact, I noticed just now that they update on the HUD instantly. Like, they don't get added to your bank when the little medal touches the UI. Happens instantly. Yeah. Okay, in the core. Okay, now it's shooting closer. Oh, I used a bomb after it died. Well, survived. Oh, now we get 3 chests. Page clear. Evil Usurper. Oh, still don't have a gem, though. Still no gem. So no gem for just completing both stages. We did not get a key. I'm a little perplexed by the fact that we've collected 3 keys, but still have not seen anything about... I mean, I guess maybe it doesn't matter until you get to the final level. Lots of orbs. So many mysteries. Gotta use Knight. That could be a thing. I mean, I guess it would make sense because it lets you swap characters. I think it's a good call that there might be some mechanic in the game to incentivize or even require you to use all 3 characters. And maybe I misremember the manual. In my recollection, it said that the keys are easier to collect or find using your home turf character, but it could be that the orb... I say orb, I don't remember. There's a little slot. I guess there's an orb that goes in there. They look orb-shaped. Maybe it's a crest. Whatever it is, it could be... That could be the thing that's, like, easier with the correct character or whatever. I guess we're going to pick gold here, and if we do manage to get our way through this level... I just remembered, we have a continue. Then maybe we'll see. Like, if we complete this with gold, then we will have completed both these levels with gold, which is like the home character. And if we do get an orb from that, or whatever, then I guess that's a guess as good as any as to what the rules are. Subsidy depths. All right, so I guess we want double medals. We should, yeah, we can still afford 1 extra life and enemy shot level down. So I can afford to get 1 weapon upgrade, but I think at this point I'd still rather hold on to my gems. If you game over, I think you lose 20% of your gems. That's what it said, right? For the medals. Zenny, whatever. So I don't know that I would want to get like closer to 0, but by the time I do game over, I will have earned whatever I've earned during the stage, I guess. So there's no, like, even if I were to expect to game over during this level, there's not anything specific to gain, or like it's not really too much of a loss aversion specifically to make sure that I have spent my money to get upgrades or whatever. If we get through the level, there should be at least 1 shot power that drops. And the melee attack, like, even when I had it at max level, the gold, I think maybe Knight's melee is like half decent because it's not that slow. But I feel like with the other two, I forget how the alien ship works because I didn't use it much, but the gold ship for sure, the attack is so slow, like it has kind of a delay after it, that you're giving up a quite large window of time of firing your main weapon to use the melee weapon. And even at max power, it didn't really seem like it was powerful enough to warrant that. So I don't feel like melee power-ups are that valuable. I could be totally wrong, but it doesn't feel... The benefit to having the main shot power-up feels much more immediately like sort of noticeable. Let's go with this and go with gold. So we are in sort of uncharted territory, not just yet. We've seen this screen, but I think we died pretty quickly. Pretty fun. It's just like raining tanks. But I don't really remember what we had to deal with or what killed us last time. Oh yeah, these guys shooting rockets, I remember now. I think it's pretty interesting having the enemy shot downgrade stuff as like a power-up you can buy. I think that's a pretty simple but very effective way to like let you scale difficulty, and especially as like a risk-reward trade-off thing of... Well, I guess risk-reward isn't really the right word for it, but like you can spend the cash on... It's a more interesting way, I think, to spend cash to lower the difficulty over just giving yourself more resources in the form of lives. It's arguably weirdly cheap, though. 200. This thing killed us with an instant beam, I think, or like one of those super fast. The thing definitely killed us at least. Or was it this thing? Now I'm not so sure. And he flew in just like that. Bad depth. Depth. Bad depth. Oh. I was thinking maybe I'm like triggering him to move that way by shooting him or something, but it doesn't seem like it. Fuck's sake. Bomb. It was like off screen. It didn't even take that much damage from the bomb. Oh, this thing maybe... What? Oh, no, that's right. We got this far. I want to say there was something that shot a super fast projectile. But obviously, whatever we saw or learned that time, I have not retained. Have a continue, though. Him again? He's evolving. We get this far? Yeah, that's what killed us. Oh my god. I mean, I guess the shots came from that the turrets, but I'm not sure. Like, did the turrets move? Because the orientation of the shots look different. 40% secret progress. I was holding 160 medals. Did I really earn like 15 medals over the course of that level? Because I had 140 something when I started it. Maybe it was... Yeah, because I didn't have 160, so it's not the number of medals I started the level with. That seems like a very strangely low number. Unless it's... Maybe it's 160 after... Like, maybe it's already counting the continue deduction or something. Which I guess also doesn't really make a lot of sense. The secrets, I guess, is 1,000 per percent. Not bad. Okay, how does continuing work? Great score! I don't think it said that before. Maybe it did. Continue? Okay. Pretty low-key continue screen here, but alright. So now I'm at 160. Okay, I'm gonna pick this stage because we're still like double medals would be good if I expect to get through the level, which I kind of don't. Keep in mind, we played with half enemy shots last time. Oh, I can buy continues again. So it's not one continue period. It just, you can't stock more than one. But that also means that you kind of need to build up a bit of momentum before it's even like worth. Like, I could have had a, you know, if I'd spent my money differently, if I didn't buy a 1-up or whatever, I could have made sure to have 450 after continuing and be able to buy a continue now. But it's like, at that point, if I need that continue that quickly, then it's like not worth that much anyway, basically. Which I feel like is a really interesting kind of balancing. Like, yeah, it's very kind of momentum based. Which I think like that adds to the feeling of kind of exponential growth as you get a little bit better at the game. You get more access to that kind of momentum and will carry your through things further and further. I think we just go full power. And I think it's about time. Like we don't really have that much more time to spend with this game today anyway, because I want to move on over to Demon Claw. So we might as well try our best to go out in a blaze of glory here. But yeah, fighting that guy that killed us, I was a little overly afraid of him because I misremembered what phase he had the like wave cannon in, which means that if we get that far, the first 2 phases or 3 phases, however many, before he evolves, should hopefully go a little smoother. Like, enemy bullets, it makes a very noticeable difference, but not necessarily, like, you know, if you take out the enemies quickly, Not that meaningful of a difference. Might be for this guy, though. Fuck. Back to one. Level 1 weapon. Wait. I misremembered. I thought this was the, like, the third or fourth form, not the second one. Was he? Oh, in hell. Very close. So now it goes back to, like, fish form. I thought, no, we just were on that form for way too long. Yeah, so that comes out of his face. Fuck it. Bomb. And now it came out of his cannons. Hostile waters. Alright, this is a PB. We have 2 bombs, 0 lives. No weapon upgrades. Weapon upgrade. Kind of bad. Thing is, we're gonna have to deal with another sub-boss before we get to the real boss, I'm pretty sure. So I don't know if that's in the cards. This is a very, like, good feeling game. I'm quite impressed. Like, to be perfectly frank, especially after my kind of middling experience with that demo, I really was not expecting to enjoy this game as much as I have been. I would dare say that out of all the kind of modern MD games I've gotten, it's been one of the more enjoyable ones. Somehow got the bird. E-bird. Oh, I'm gonna bomb. I don't know that I needed to do that, but I am alive. One. Not an awful lot of gems, really. Or metals. I keep calling them gems. Oh, shit. Okay, I wasn't sure if I could dodge that. Fuck. I thought I was on my last life, so I just, like, panic bombed. Even though I don't think that bomb actually did anything. Like, weirdo. Oh. Ah. But I think the boss fights are fun, too. And, like, yeah, as someone who's not really a big shoot-'em-up guy, like, I'm really impressed with how engaging they're making the game, and like the fact that I feel challenged, but also like it's a fun challenge. It doesn't feel that frustrating. Like even the shit that catches you off guard and kills you super quickly, a lot of it is sure like, oh, there's no way I could have seen that coming. But even over the course of however many attempts I've done today, I've been able to pick up on a lot of those things and retain it enough to like make a substantial adjustment for my next attempt. And like each attempt has felt more successful than the last. And it feels like hopeful. Like at this point, I'm almost like, yeah, the continue is valuable because it let me make another attempt at that stage so I can see more of it and like practice it a little bit more, build a little like, on this same attempt, I was maybe able to build a little more knowledge of that level. But at the same time, it's like, man, I would have almost rather have made it back, like done another attempt and get back to that level with more resources. It really doesn't feel like it's sort of built around being able to earn the continue to sort of stay alive necessarily. Like, I don't know, it feels good. Like I'm I could easily keep playing it. Which I feel like I would not necessarily expect that of a game like this, especially one that I'm... Like, it's one thing, and I played Blade Lancer when I got that. We kind of just finished the game, played through it. And it's like, that was fun, and I enjoyed it. But if I hadn't finished it, I don't know that I would feel compelled or, like, really want to come back to it later. This I kind of do. Like, I want to keep working at it and getting better at it. Like, I haven't reached my ceiling of how far I can get and how well I can do. And we still didn't touch the difficulty options. I could see myself easily getting to a point where I just don't have enough patience to keep grinding. And if I get to that point and increase the number of lives to 4, start with 200 medals, and, like, you know, even reducing all the difficulty options to their lowest, which isn't a huge thing, but, you know, it's far more than nothing. I mean, I don't know, I haven't seen the whole game, I don't know how it escalates, but I feel good about my ability to get better at it to the point where, like, I feel like I probably could learn to beat this without it being like a, you know, 40-hour marathon. Whereas, you know, I play games like Thunder Force 3 and it's like, it doesn't feel like, oh, I'll just keep playing this for a little bit and I can beat it. Like, it kind of feels a little more hopeless than that. What up, Pixel Brom? Yeah, I don't know how you would define out, but I have my copy here. I got it in the mail on Thursday. I don't think this is available for purchase anywhere else currently, but I imagine it's a matter of them wanting to ship it to backers first. You could probably order it from Mega Cat Studios at this point, I suppose, if you want to get a cartridge. But as far as like the Steam release and stuff, I don't know that it has like a set release date. I'm sure it's like ready to go, but my interpretation of events is that I suppose they wanted to kind of satisfy backers first before kind of a wide release. That's guesswork on my part, but yeah, like I was not super impressed with the demo. I had a lot of qualms with that. A lot of it to do with kind of, you know, the readability difficulties and like the whole screen transition between areas I thought felt really weird. And yeah, there's definitely like readability is a challenge at times, but even over the course of playing this for like 2-3 hours, it has even those levels I've seen for the first time, I'm struggling way less with it than I was. Like, you just kind of get used to it a little bit. And as far as the weird like screen transition, there's still stuff like that I think is a little bit weird, but playing the game for a little bit, you just kind of, or I shouldn't say you, but I don't get so hung up on that detail because my mind is like way more focused on memorizing patterns and making sure I keep track of which sequence is which. And for those things, it's like the way the screen transitions from one area to the next kind of makes no difference. Like, the way I would have preferred maybe to have it would not necessarily make it easier to digest the chunks of game the way I would need to kind of memorize patterns. So, like, I think overall, the fact that the levels... like, I've not played enough shoot 'em ups to be able to grade this kind of on a curve compared to anything else. But I feel very satisfied with my ability, or, you know, the game's allowing me to digest, you know, discrete chunks of game such that I can memorize the levels. And that's not just a matter of like, oh, this makes the challenge surmountable. It's also a matter of making the game feel good and feel fun. Because as soon as you reach the point where you cannot reliably tell like what part of a level you are on because they all blend together, that, for me, that's like a death sentence to the game. Like, it just makes it feel repetitive. Like, that's one of the things I felt because of the weird screen transition teleport stuff. Like, it's jarring because it happens suddenly, but also you just go from one area to another and it doesn't feel like there's a reason for it. It doesn't make sense. But now it's like I'm more concerned with, okay, that area's done, now I'm here. Like that works. Yeah, Bushiden. I mean, I think more of like beat 'em ups, not because they're especially good or bad at it on average, but I guess those are the games I've been looking at when I've sort of created this. It's not a matter of inventing a concept, but it's a lens through which I look at level design and encounter design that I didn't really. It's a kind of a concrete, specific way of looking at it that I didn't think in those terms previously. And playing good and bad beat 'em ups has been where I've kind of developed that idea. And I now see it in so many other games too, or like I apply it, I guess. And it's definitely, there's nothing about it that's specific to beat 'em up. I guess it's like I've played more bad beat 'em ups with an analytical eye, where I've seen games that feel very tedious because they feel very repetitive, of just like walking in front of the same backdrop, fighting the same enemies over and over, and no encounter feels kind of distinctive. But I mean, it's super tangible in like a light gun game or something. Like you have there's a choreography and a rhythm to when and where enemies spawn, and obviously shoot 'em ups are extremely, like, that's exactly what they are. Like, I'm sure there are shoot 'em ups, even good ones, that maybe to some degree have an element of like random enemy spawns or whatever, but for the most part they're very deterministic and they're very authored and designed. And even when you have something where you're flying over, a city or whatever, like, I feel like a good shoot 'em up, I would expect, just like I would of a good beat 'em up, to be able to, like, my kind of litmus test is like, can I describe a level in terms of what happens? Like, this happens, then this happens, then this happens, then this happens. And I feel like for a bad beat 'em up, I couldn't do that, because it's like, well, you walk to the left in front of some houses and then you punch 3 dudes, and then it's just that 16 times, and then there's a boss. But if it's a good beat 'em up, there's like, you can break it down into digestible chunks of game, which also is super helpful. Like, even if you can't describe an entire level off the top of your head, when you're playing, anytime you see a thing happen, your brain kind of goes, right, this is going to happen next, this is what happens after this. And like, as far as memorizing levels, that's the thing, right? You don't ever really have to memorize things from beginning to end. You just have to memorize things such that when something happens, you will know what comes next. And to me, like, I've really come to realize that that's a really important part to making any game feel well-paced and entertaining and like captivating. Less so than the length of a game. Length of a game is still really important. And the longer a game is, the harder it's going to be to maintain that, like, both the sort of pace in terms of excitement, but also the ability to retain, like, especially for a game that you're supposed to kind of play multiple times or finish in one go, you need to be able to kind of learn the sequence of the game. And that's going to be harder if it's a long game, but it's especially going to be harder if you cannot discern one sequence from another. So I felt in the beginning that this game, on account of not having that feeling of traversing from one area to the next, the fact that you have these weird, like, teleports that seemed, at least in some of the levels, very arbitrary and sudden and jarring, I felt that the ability to kind of discern where you are in the level and how far you've progressed and what's going to come next, like, I felt like that was sacrificed for the purpose of some flashy technical thing that didn't really add anything. But I don't feel that way after having played it a bit. I don't know that I feel like it's especially impressive or cool or meaningful, but that was never my concern, that, like, whether it was or not. My concern was that it sacrificed something, that the feeling of progression is not there because of it. And that I no longer feel. So, in general, I don't know. I feel like I don't quite have the vocabulary to break things down or explain it in terms of, like, shoot 'em up design. But I can say as a layman that I'm having a lot of fun with this. And I know that, like, talking about other Kickstarter Mega Drive games, or like just modern Mega Drive games, like Irina Genesis is another shoot 'em up that was, I feel like the campaign was like many years ago. We'll get here eventually. And I remember that, like, that was one of the games that I kind of backed, and that's how I know that it was a long time ago, I feel like, because I backed it kind of primarily on the basis of the novelty of it being a new Mega Drive game, more so than being something I really wanted to play. Because it has like a, you know, it's not as visually flashy as this. Even the core fundamentals of like bullet impact feedback and shooting, and like it just, it's like kind of whatever. And from demos and stuff, I feel like it's also got a very kind of generic, bland feel to it. But not knowing much about shoot 'em ups, I'm curious to play that game, being able to have this game as some sort of frame of reference for it, and I have a feeling that it's not going to compare super favorably. I mean, I'd be happy to be proven wrong and have it, like, I don't need it to be better than this game, but if it gives me a similar feeling like this, of me going in with not that very high expectations and still feeling like, you know what, this is actually kind of sick, I really enjoy this, I'd be very happy about that. But that's the thing, like, I feel like most modern Mega Drive games aren't great. They don't have to be, that's fine. Most old Mega Drive games statistically aren't great either, but, you know, many of them have something to offer. And this one just happens to have a lot to offer, and more than I kind of would have expected. I'm still very excited for Eartheon. I'm quite annoyed that it seems like the game's, from my understanding, I didn't see the details, but it launches on Steam and I guess modern consoles on July 31st. But I think the Mega Drive cartridge version will not be released until next year sometime. So, like, I'm excited because I want to play the game, but I'm also, like, quite frankly, if that game hadn't been a Mega Drive game, I guess I wouldn't be... It's not fair to say I wouldn't care at all, because it's still a new game from Ancient, and that's cool. But the idea of it being a Mega Drive game meant that I always wanted to buy it to add to my Mega Drive collection. So now it's like, do I buy it on Steam? And I guess, you know, if I do that, I'll be able to tell if I like it enough to then spend the money to get it on a cartridge. But I feel like I would have wanted to buy the cartridge and experience the game that way first. But from what little we've seen of that game, it looks to be like super polished in terms of presentation. But I'm not well versed enough in shoot 'em ups to be able to look at footage and get a sense of whether I think I would enjoy it or not. But I mean, it's a fucking new, Ancient developed Mega Drive game, so of course I want it for my collection no matter what. I guess I just don't want to buy it on Steam, play it, realize that I don't like it at all, and then still feel compelled to drop like 80 euros on a hard copy. But I don't know. Well, I'll worry about that when we get there, I guess. For now, this is going to be all for ZPF today. But we have one more game to look at, and that is Demon Claw, Origins of Nar. It's going to be a bit of a change of pace, but I think we can use that. This game is very intense. Yeah, I'm very happy with this game. I really did not expect to get this engaged by it, and I'm very happy that the more I play it, the more I like it, because that's not something to take for granted. What's up, Mr. Radon? You're here just in time for a little break. Let me turn this off so I don't forget. And let's see here. I'll hop on over here, I guess. I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right. Turn. Hope Mr. Radon resolve this breakfast situation in a satisfactory manner. I could go for some any time of day burritos, to be honest. Video gaming must continue. Food will have to wait. Let me check something super quickly. Fine, I'm gonna take a look at my settings for my capture card here real quick. Curious to do some troubleshooting to figure out the refresh rate thing or whatever it was, but let's not get into that. Actually, we can hop over here real quick. Take care of this. Is annoying. The the manual is like just not tall enough to be properly contained by these tabs. It's already been like banged up a little bit, but also it means like even if you're putting it behind the tabs, it can just like safely fall out of the case. Like a weird, I don't know if oversight is the right word, but whatever. Luckily, I have my pristine PDF manual. Which reminds me, we didn't look at it, but there was also the PDF, like art book. I'm definitely gonna listen to the soundtrack because the music seemed good, but I couldn't really hear too much of it while playing. These little tabs that keep the cartridge in, like this whole cartridge, I don't know, the design of this package seems a little iffy. I mean, it's holding the cartridge in there just fine, but it's like, seemed like maybe it's a little, the tabs seem like a little too aggressive. It's like, I mean, it's just plastic against plastic. It's not gonna damage the cartridge or anything, but it just doesn't, like, you expect these kinds of things to have a certain degree of premium feel to them. It's funny when things are just a little bit weird. Anyway, we're not really here to talk more about ZPF, but rather Demon Claw. Oh yeah, actually, one last thing about ZPF. There was the art book, and I want to take a look at that, but I guess at this point I would rather try to beat the game, because I reckon the art book's surely going to contain images of like the final boss and stuff, which would probably be more exciting to experience in the game first. But yeah, next up is Demon Claw, Origins of Nar, and this game came with a cavalcade of little bits of paper and stuff. We looked at most of this stuff last time, however briefly. But we can take a closer look at it now before we get into the game. Let me get the cartridge out. Okay, this one also, I don't know, maybe it's just the maybe I just need to wear the plastic down a little bit more for a smoother transition. They got the tab here nicely pre-scored or whatever. That seems like it's gonna fall off any second. But the tabs keeping the cartridge in place are a little bit firm. Okay, we got a Neofit quality checklist here. That's good. Double-sided bevel. SRAM okay. Bank switch okay. Alright, game should work. Good. Just pop this in. And let's look at some of the stuff that was inside the box. Yeah, I mean, the neoprene, I guess it's not super surprising, but it's just like, you never think about it until you have a case where something just doesn't like quite behave the way you expect it to. It's like, oh, that's weird. Cyber Nomad, this is the Japanese edition. So it's styled after the late era 94-95 Japanese Mega Drive boxes. Which is not my favorite design. Like, I like it much better than the late red and blue PAL and America templates. But of course, the old Japanese style didn't have anything on it, so that would be like my preferred style. Now, I backed this several years ago, so it's not like I can retain the exact designs of all covers on the top of my head. But I assume that there would not have been a choice for a classic Japanese style cover with no template. If that had been a choice, I assume that's what I would have gone with. So this has the Japanese style front, just the title logo on the spine, and kind of a bilingual back. But both these games have reversible covers. So ZPF has a completely fucked up reverse cover that has the quote-unquote Japanese style, but it has the black grid, which is moronic because that doesn't exist. Like, there was no black grid boxes in Japan. So for this one, there would have been a choice for which cover version you would have wanted. I'm actually a little unsure what the case is with Demon Claw, because the back of this cover, I won't fuck up anything permanently by pulling this out. The reverse sleeve is the American Genesis design, or, you know, a rough approximation of it. Yeah, okay, so I wasn't sure, but yeah, this back cover is not bilingual. This is all just English. So there is a specific Japanese style back cover. It just has all the English stuff on it also, which is kind of weird because it certainly doesn't make it feel authentic, the Japanese design. It's a little weird. But that's the thing, like, every cover design for every modern Japanese or a modern Mega Drive game is a little weird in some way, except for when it's a lot weird, which is why I take my job very seriously when it comes to designing the box cover for Heavy Recoil, currently on Kickstarter. That game will ship with 2 reversible sleeves. One which will have, I guess I'm not sure how they will, the 4 designs, as it's currently planned, it's a work in progress, will be the classic Japanese style cover with no template, which is what you'll see if you look at the Kickstarter page. There will be a black grid version. There will also be some kind of approximation. I haven't designed them yet, so I don't know exactly how they will look. But some version of the red and blue Genesis / PAL Mega Drive late era cover. And that basically covers all bases. It's kind of everything except this Japanese template. But I think if there's 4 choices, I think those 4 choices are the ones that will make the most people satisfied. And I take it quite seriously to, like, my task to design something that doesn't look too out of place with actual original cases, but also doesn't you know, infringe on copyrights or what have you. Anyway, enough about the outside of the box. Inside we get sticker sheet. So that's the sprites of the main character, Elric. Some of the standard enemies. It's pretty funny. This owl looks a lot like the T-Bird in ZPF. That's Gareth from Demons of Asterborg, who is the second playable character in the Mega Drive version of this game. Yep. We have the manual. We'll take a look at that in a moment. A little thank you card. I think this was cool. Like, it caught me by surprise because I don't think I've gotten anything like this in any of the other... I mean, I could be misremembering. I don't really... It's been a while since I opened my Xeno Crisis box. But a little, you know, a little thank you note signed by Mike. And little ad for Metro Siege, their upcoming Amiga beat 'em up, which has a demo that I definitely want to play. And I've been like holding off playing it because I wanted to do it on stream sometime. Coming to modern platforms and classic Amigas. So yeah, you should check out Bitbeam Canon's YouTube channel because I think it's pretty sick. They got a lot of interesting, like, pixel art analysis videos and stuff. And yeah, I want to say that they've had multiple other games in the works too. I forget if they've been, like, co-developing or involved in I want to say that they've been somehow involved in the development of Scorpion Engine, which is this kind of cross-platform Amiga Mega Drive game development environment. And I'm not sure. I believe that Metro Siege is being built in that, and I think maybe Demon Claw is as well, but I'm not positive. Because Demon Claw is also getting a Neo Geo version, and a Steam version. And each version has like a unique second playable character. I forget who's in the other versions, but yeah, for the Mega Drive version, it's Gareth from Demons of Astaborg, which of course is a game created by Neofid Studios, who also did like porting duties for this game or publishing and whatever. There you go. There's the Neofid logo. Both games are made using Scorpion Engine. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought, but I became unsure because I like because of the whole like Neo Geo thing, it made me unsure what the deal was. We have a series of trading cards, collecting cards of some kind. We'll take a look at those, and also this poster kind of gave me a bit of a chuckle. Like, it's a nice little inclusion. I thought it was like, oh, is it a poster of the cover art? Which, like, that would be a nice thing, but no, it's like a poster advertising Gareth, which, like, honestly, I think this character portrait, it, like, looks better than the painting of Elric on the box. But the game, like, I don't know, featuring Gareth from Demons of Astaborg, like, it just, I don't know, it just looks funny. Like, it, I don't know, as a composition of like a poster, I feel like it's a little funny looking. I don't know if there's any spoilers here, but I'm not gonna be too worried about that. Pretty wild. Apparently the fact that Neo Geo used the same main processor as the Amiga and Mega Drive makes it work. I guess that makes sense on some level, I say, as someone who knows nothing about programming. But that's cool. I mean, it makes sense. Like, there were quite a few Amiga to Mega Drive ports back in the day, and even Mega Drive to Amiga ports, for that matter. I guess, like, naturally at the time, you would see fewer, like, cross-platform Amiga Neo Geo games. And even Mega Drive Neo Geo. You know, there's some Mega Drive ports of Neo Geo games, but not that many. And it was a weird situation in general where kind of SNK would obviously, they would do the Neo Geo home releases, but they weren't involved in any of the other home console ports and stuff. But similarities between hardware platforms certainly can make some of those things a little more streamlined. I mean, Neo Geo homebrew development is very much alive and well. I mean, it's been... I feel like Neo Geo releases has been a thing longer than Mega Drive games have been. Like, I think... I mean, the SGDK definitely kind of opened the floodgates a little bit. Like, it made Mega Drive development a lot more accessible. So I'm sure that is directly to thank for a lot of the modern era of Mega Drive homebrew releases. But even so, like, there were games like Pier Solar and Paprium did not use SGDK. Like, they were pre-SGDK projects. Tanglewood, famously, question mark, the dude who made that, like, got an original dev kit, and like that was part of his whole process to like do it in some sort of needlessly complicated old school way, all in assembly language or whatever. But like, yeah, some of those barriers have been lowered. And in fact, I would say that's probably the main contributing factor to Super Nintendo homebrews being far less common. There just isn't the tools and like modern convenience type development environments for Super Nintendo just don't exist to the same degree as they do for not just Mega Drive, but like NES and Game Boy stuff is also far more common. But so is Neo Geo. I mean, I guess the most recent high-profile Neo Geo release is Vengeance Hunters. I'm actually not even sure if the Neo Geo version is out, but like the actual cartridge release. But that's developed as a Neo Geo game, and the Steam version, the console version, whatever, is like an emulated Neo Geo ROM. But there's been a lot of other stuff, and like Xenocrisis has a Neo Geo version that's like on everything, which is kind of insane in its own way. But Demon Claw is coming to Neo Geo. Shadow Gangs 0, which was also on Kickstarter, is also Mega Drive / Neo Geo. Yeah, I have Paprium. It's I haven't opened it. It's just still in my untampered with shipping box from Watermelon. Well, not the shipping box. There was like an outer shipping box that I opened that has like the smaller shipping box for the game, and then outside of that was like the postcard and the book and I don't know, scrap of paper from Fonzie or whatever. But the actual box, shipping box, whatever for the game, I haven't opened. No, I got the whatever regular edition. I didn't get the Investor Mega Edition or whatever else was available. I guess I don't know exactly what the game package is like because I haven't seen it. I haven't opened that far into the box, but I do own Paprium. But yeah, Neo Geo like cartridge production is very much a thing. And if like more development tools pop up to make it even more accessible, I think that's great. That's awesome. The yeah, Super Nintendo, like it's not, there aren't 0 games coming out for it, but it's not like nearly the same volume. Supposedly Black Jewel Reborn, which I also backed on Kickstarter, which has like a very, I don't know, rocky development process, it seems like. That was like announced as a Mega Drive game, and then the Kickstarter had like, I don't remember if they were stretch goals or if they just it was really weird and stupid. It's like, oh, you know, you can get it for Mega Drive or Game Boy or Dreamcast or Super Nintendo, and each version will have their unique features and whatever. It's like, what the fuck are they doing? Like, just fucking make one game, and if you can port it later, fine. But like, I don't know. Hopefully that'll eventually ship in some form. And I mean, the other extremely basic thing, I guess, is that the Mega Drive and Neo Geo are both, in certain ways, like very powerful, capable systems. The Super Nintendo is capable in some regards, of course, but because it has a slow processor, I guess, like, I mean, again, I should be careful to speak in, you know, of things I don't understand, but I feel like a lot of people developing for these old platforms are the kind of, like, especially on the code side of things, like as an artist, it would be a delight to work within Super Nintendo restrictions, or I mean, but I would probably say the same for any of those systems. Like it'll be different set of restrictions which would in their own right be fun and exciting to work within. But I think from a programmer standpoint, wanting to do cool shit, like the Super Nintendo is just kind of, in a way, just more limited than those other systems. On one hand, like with the clock speed and everything, but I suppose also possibly, and I wouldn't know about this, but like the way the system architecture worked, there might be other, like, more specific ways in which that it's like, you know, less of a fun platform and a fun set of restrictions to work within. Obviously that's also going to be super subjective, but I mean, I guess the other thing is, like, if you're working with like machine code or whatever, like there is the, you know, 68K processors that are the same between the Mega Drive and the Amiga and stuff. Like there is, I think, maybe more of a, like, even historically, more of kind of a development scene for those kinds of platforms than for the Nintendo stuff. I don't know. But NES, you know, homebrew development is definitely a thing. It's not as vibrant maybe as the Mega Drive scene, but you know, there's like the Battle Kid games and stuff that were pretty notable. And I think, in a way, it's not like the NES is any less restrictive than the Super Nintendo, but I think maybe it's the case of, if you're working on the Super Nintendo, like, having access to the shit that would make it, you know, justified, like that would warrant making games for that platform in the first place, relatively speaking, it could be the case that it's like easier to develop an NES game that feels like a proper NES game than it is to develop a Super Nintendo game that feels like a proper Super Nintendo game. I don't know. This is like pretty speculative on my part, but ultimately, I think it's really the access to tools in development environments that make developing games not a complete pain in the ass. Like, that probably goes a long way. And I mean, I don't know that this is a fact either, but I would imagine that, like, as I understand it, SGGK, kind of what that allows you to do is like program using modern tools and conveniences, and basically spit out something that the console can run. And I would presume that that means that it's going to be less, like the code is going to be less optimized. Like, you would probably sacrifice performance for convenience on some level. And it could be that the Mega Drive just has more performance overhead, or like can afford more performance overhead, I guess I should say, because of its faster processor compared to the Super Nintendo. I don't know if that's a fact, but like, I could imagine something like that being the case. Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing with the chips for the Super Nintendo is, I don't know if that's like a, yeah, there's like the SA1 and there's like other stuff, and I don't know if that's like a trivial thing. Like, if you're producing hardware, replicating those things, like, is that a complete non-issue, or is that a new set of difficulties to overcome? Like, I have no idea. But yeah, I mean, I'd love to see more Super Nintendo homebrews for sure. So I mean, hopefully that kind of bridge will be crossed at some point. But for now, I'm just, you know, Mega Drive fans are eating good. All right, let's look at these trading cards. We have Bird, card number 1 out of 9. So there's backs here. Adleraki Trooper. So I don't know what game rules these are for, but I remember this was a thing that was mentioned in like Kickstarter updates or whatever, that they had some friend or whatever who's like know what they're doing and like designed rules for each of these for, I don't know, some game. So they're like compatible. Like, I don't know if it's like, I'm trying to see if it's like, could it be Magic the Gathering? I don't know if I can parse this enough, but I don't know. It's like something like that. As like just a little bonus, I guess, that you could conceivably use these cards in some kind of game. Card number 2. Goats, man. Art's pretty cool, actually. Stegen Folk Guard. I was like, expect to read lore, and then it's like, oh, right, no, it's just game rules. Next up is Fishman. That card number. I don't know if I have like all 9 cards. It kind of seems like they're in order here, but I don't know how many cards there are. If I have to find someone else to trade with, but I don't expect to have any doubles to trade, so we'll see how this would work out. Not that I really care. Get some focus here. Oh, maybe. Olgan Khan Swarm of Legend. All right, next up. Card number 4. Kind of demonic looking warrior. Good stuff. A rainbow foil. Yeah, maybe not. The Graxis Assassin. Very powered fantasy lore names. Demon Claw Kickstarter trading card number, what does it say? 5. Dwarf. Some kind. Alright. This Dworken. I was gonna say Dwarven, but that's not what it says. It says Dworken Gunner. I guess this guy's a Dwork. Not a dwarf. How presumptuous of me. And then finally, card number 6. The main character of the game. With, I presume, the titular Demon Claw on his hand. This will be explained in the game, but I don't really remember. All like fancy engravings on the armor that is like, not featured on the main cover art. Or in see it anyway. Is of course Elric Eisenfaust. Quite the name. Focus here. Oh, whatever. Good enough. You've seen the art already. There we go. So there we go. I have cards 1 through 6. Maybe I needed to buy a more expensive edition of the game to get cards 7 through 9. I don't know. At least I have a complete lineup with no gaps from 1 through 6. Now for this game, I don't have on hand a PDF version of the manual. But I have this physical artifact that I shall promptly skim through. I can buy them loose. Yeah, maybe. I don't think I would bother though. There's a lore background here. But this is basically the intro cutscene of the game, so I'll skip over that. Controls. Attack on the A button, jump on B, magic on C. Once again, not respecting the traditional standard controls of Mega Drive games, but that's fine. There were occasional outliers even back then, but I think you might be able to readjust controls. A, attack. Your attack might change based on what direction you're holding while pressing attack. B, jump. You can also hold upward and press jump to perform a high jump. This is critical for catching power-ups which fly overhead. It's kind of like Fist of the North Star on the Master System. Magic. Normally the magic button is used when you have fully powered up and the magic energy cloak is active. Pressing the C button will release the energy as a full screen burst, damaging all enemies. If you have filled more circle icons by gaining additional magic power-ups, then holding the C button will choose the power level of the energy burst. Release the C button once you've reached the desired level of the attack. Which I assume is basically the Golden Axe 2 magic system. In tag team mode, the C button is used to tag out to either let player 2 take over gameplay or to switch which character you're playing as. Start to pause. D-pad, left or right to move your character down to crouch. Up, then press jump for a high jump. Special moves are typically executed by holding either up or down, then pressing attack while the character's either on the ground or in the air. I do remember that. So I have played a pre-release version of this game, and I remember being kind of impressed with the differences between the characters. So you can play as Elric or Gareth, and the inputs are kind of the same. It's pretty simple. It's basically what they just described. You do get like more complete move lists here, but even though you have the same inputs to do stuff, basically the effect of the attacks are kind of different. So the situations in which you would use each like corresponding attack is kind of different between the characters, which is good. Like if you're going to have different characters, it's good to make the experience of playing them feel different. High jump, up plus B. Holding up and pressing jump will perform an extra high jump, blah blah. Let's see if it's new information here. Crouch attack, down forward plus A while crouching, which is, if I'm holding down forward, I'm crouching, but whatever. While crouching, holding down forward and pressing attack will perform a lower attack. So I forget what straight down an attack. Okay, we'll get there. Okay, that's the uppercut. Okay. Evasive roll, down plus jump. Great for quickly closing distances and evading projectiles or swooping enemies. Powering up. Defeating enemies will earn red or blue orbs. After earning enough red orbs, a health replenishing power-up will fly overhead. Similarly, once you've earned enough blue orbs, a magic power-up will fly overhead. Collecting this for the first time in each level will activate Demon Claw's magical attacks. You must carefully time a high jump to grab these power-ups. Before they appear, an arrow prompt near the top right of your screen will indicate when power-up will fly overhead, so you're not going to be too surprised. Special moves. Air Bash. Up plus A in the air. Hold up and press attack for Elric to perform an overhand attack which can send air-based enemies hurtling down to the ground, damaging any other enemy they collide with. Hold up and press attack for Elric to perform a high uppercut attack, great for taking out air-based foes and collecting power-ups. If we're powered up, I can press down plus A. With no mana, down and attack will also perform the uppercut, but once you've powered up, down and attack will perform a magic attack. Okay. Hold down and press jump for Elric to perform a drop kick. This is a great way to quickly descend while lessening the threat of enemies below you. With no mana, down and attack while in the air will also perform a drop kick, but once you're powered up, this might perform a magical attack. Might, huh? And then we have Gareth attacks. Upward slash. Hold down and press attack for Gareth to perform an underhand sword swing which can knock ground-based enemies up into the air, which could intercept air-based enemies. Pretty cool. For Gareth, repeatedly pressing attack will perform an attack sequence, with the final slash being a powerful wide-range attack. Holding back or any of the upward angles will change the direction of your next attack. Dash stab. I remember this being a powerful move. If you initiate Gareth's roll by holding down and pressing jump, then press attack quickly after Gareth dashes, then instead of rolling, Gareth will perform a powerful stabbing attack. Yeah, so that's just like a completely unique input, basically, that Elric doesn't, like, it doesn't do anything with him, but with Gareth, it's like an important special move. But he doesn't have, like, the drop kick and uppercut, I guess. Well, he has the upward slash instead of the uppercut. Down thrust. Hold down and press jump for Gareth to perform a downward sword thrust. That's like the equivalent of the drop kick. Yeah, mana. Yeah, magic attack, same as Elric. Magic. For Elric, the number of magic power-ups you collect will determine the strength of your magical attacks. For Gareth, the amount of mana he has built up determines the strength of any of his magic attacks, but each time he powers up, it increases the speed at which his mana recovers. When you have sufficient mana energy, the following inputs will perform magical attacks. Level 1. Elric's Fire Magic. So down plus attack in the air to do a downwards fireball. Up plus A in the air to do a flaming air bash. Down plus B on the ground to do a flaming uppercut. Yeah, it's kind of going over everything in detail, but I can't bother reading all of this. But yeah, so Elric, level 2 is Thunder Magic, and level 3 is Solid Energy Magic. So yeah, it's interesting, like the specific moves, I guess that's why it says it might perform magic. Because once you get Thunder Magic, you don't have the Flaming Air Bash anymore, you have the Thunder Bash, but you also don't have the Flaming Uppercut. You have Lightning Bolts instead. I think there's a typo here, because it says down plus B on the ground to do the uppercut, but that should be A, because down plus B is a jump. But with the Solid Energy Magic, you, like, the jump attacks are the same, but with the Energy Blade thing here, like, that replaces your crouching low attack instead of replacing your grounded uppercut. Kind of interesting. So there's, like, not a massive move list. There's not like a ton of stuff to keep track of. Quite a bit. Oh, there's number 4 here, level 4 Ice Magic. I definitely did not see all of this in the version I played. Magic Cloak. Collecting a 4th magic power-up will activate a magic energy cloak. Not only will your magic attacks be at maximum power, but if an enemy attack hits you, you will lose the energy cloak instead of a health point. Magical Burst. When the magic cloak is active, you can release it as a powerful full screen attack via the C button. That's okay, that's the magic attack. You can hold it to do more powerful attack. Alright. Heroes. Yeah, we'll see these portraits in game. Belabor the point here, but read the introduction real quick. Elric Eisenfaust, a humble soldier known for bravery and honor. He was selected by the king's advisor to use Demon Claw on a perilous mission to fight for humanity's survival. Gareth, a royal guard and hero from a distant land, whose presence here in Nar can only be explained by magic. No matter where he is, if humanity is in danger, he'll rise to the call. Theodren Morganthorn, a powerful wizard and the king's most trusted advisor. From the beginning, or maybe before, in guiding your actions in this sudden time of war. The lands of Nar, we have little introductions for at least 4 levels. I think there are more than 4 levels. Doesn't give me more info. But we can save those for when we get there in the game. I guess we can read the introduction of level 1 because I'm pretty sure we'll get that far. Ruins of Aldstadt. The Wilder Plains not far from Elric's hometown have been overrun by the Adlaraki, who flew down from their mountain homelands in this surprise attack. Previously known to be noble, fair, and amicable traders, what could have twisted their behavior so suddenly? When powered up, Demon Claw gives powerful flame attacks, which are highly effective against these feathered adversaries. Oh, is that what the thing is? It said level for the magic, but it's not a matter of like powering up your magic. It's you have different magic on each stage. That actually rings a bell now that I think of it. Yeah, and then some credits and legal stuff. I completely forgot about this. The music in this game was composed by Alistair Brimble. So that's kind of neat. Alright. Let's put it together later. Let me hydrate real quick. Hop on over here. Let me update the game stuff here. I have to get like really shitty makeshift images from my own box here because I can't find this cover art on the internet. I didn't have I couldn't be bothered to scan them properly because I've got a bunch of junk sitting on my scanner. It's like, let me just have a mobile phone picture. It'll do for the stream, but I guess I'll scan them properly later on. Like a sub. Let's just. We already got the cartridge there, so let's do it. I think that is so weird on like a Mega Drive game. Oh, I remember this being a little confusing, but this is how you change characters. They have a little name tag. I feel like they didn't. I think that's an addition. I remember complaining. I wrote a bunch of like. So I backed this game on Kickstarter, and as a backer, they offered like the option to do like playtesting. They had like a bug report thing, so I wrote a bunch of notes, and I remember finding it kind of weird that you like toggle. As I remember, I could be misremembering. I think there's no like, you didn't see the character names or anything. There's like no context for what's going on here, so I think that's something they added. What's up, C7? Where's the best place to learn about new Mega Drive games in development? There's definitely a handful of people who do. There's like one channel in particular, I think,
unspeakable horror awaits you,
that have done a bunch of YouTube video roundups. Like I couldn't give you a great answer as to where I get that information. It's like, to some degree, it's like, for instance, the ZPF Kickstarter just posted about the Heavy Recoil Kickstarter because they're like advertising other games, and partially because Mika Tilander, who's making that game, was also part of ZPF. So sometimes there's cross promotion like that. I'm sure I follow certain people on Twitter who post about that kind of thing every now and again. I post about it on my Discord when I come across them. But I know for sure, like, that there's been... See, I can't even remember the name, but I think it's a guy who also does his own, like, development stuff, so there's, like, videos here and there. But, like, if you go on YouTube, that's probably the easiest thing to find, like, oh, here's a video of like 45 Mega Drive games in development. And you know, you find names because, like, you know, so plenty of them are on Kickstarter, but a lot of them are just stuff that, you know, it's someone on Twitter posting updates here and there. And there's also, you know, some people who are kind of likely to tweet and post stuff about anything of that sort that comes kind of on their radar. So I think that's about the best answer I can give. Socrates, what's up? Thank you very much for resubscribing. Greatly appreciate that. Scoreboards. Aid, survival, tag team, boss rush. Ooh. Paul might have a field day with the peculiar text alignment here. That's fine. Don't use Twitter or Kickstarter, so find out from G. I mean, that works too. I wouldn't necessarily trust that it's a all-encompassing, you know, solution. You'll find everything in anything, but I mean, when I see stuff like this that looks cool, I definitely post about it on my Discord. So there's some truth to that. Difficulty normal. Screen shake is on. Music normal. None. Dynamic. That's interesting. That's not a setting I recall ever seeing on a Mega Drive. Here's a weird one. I can tap right to cycle through the options. If I tap left, nothing happens. Yeah, because I can tap the A button to cycle. I guess it's a thing where they made it so you can tap, I don't know. Do normal. Configure buttons. Okay. Oh, okay. I tap left or right to, like, change. Yeah. I don't remember how this button, how this screen was, like, set up, but I remember writing some comments about it. I wonder if, because I still think it's a little weird. Oh yeah, this is the thing too, like, yeah, when you click this, there's no feedback. Like, there's a sound effect, but it's still like, if I go this, magic jump attack, then this, and go back, like, I think that's, like, not super polished UX design. Obviously, it doesn't really matter, right? But it's still, it's a little weird. Anyway, done with the options. Quite nice graphics. Oh yeah, there's training here, but it's in the options menu also. Anyway, let's play. Aid, tag team, boss rush, survival. So, I guess this, I just realized they'd had like the SRAM thing, so I guess these are like unlockable modes. Because I assume this, it doesn't look selectable. Yeah. So I guess I have to unlock them somehow. Because there was the thing in the package where it said like SRAM okay, so the SRAM would be used to save like progression. Music's pretty cool. Lord Alistair Brimble. We humans were the last to arise in these lands of Nar. Over time, we forged our kingdom and friendships with many of the Zverkin kind. In more recent times, the Zverkin gradually withdrew back to their own lands. Until today, for many years, with no word or warning, we are being attacked. Not just by some, but by the full might of each Zverkin army. Attacking each major human settlement at the same instant. This was well coordinated. As I readied myself to join the fight, King's Mage stopped me. Gave me new orders and a magical item which absorbs the mana from defeated foes. And becomes the powerful weapon Demon Claw. Thus begins my crucial mission. Alright, there we go. Ruins of Altstadt. Do I remember any of the controls? We'll find out. There's the dropkick. All right, up. Oops. Whoa. Little timer there. All right, we got that. Magic. All right, we got the demon claw. Health. 8 lives, huh? Yeah, that's the low attack. Alright, so the mana, there's like on a kind of a cooldown, it looks like. The shield, I remember there being a thing. Okay, I broke his shield with... kind of didn't mean to use the fireball, but I'm getting the moveset mixed up. Air bash. You get a little commentary thing there on their... Should have grabbed that, but oh well. When you do like special moves or... Okay, you do have a regular jump punch, but it's like a bit shit. Health. Game's pretty intense. Like, it seems like it's gonna be quite basic, but... Alright, I missed that. Oh yeah, you can like, fuck that up. Health. Like, you can get the guy who throws the sword to, like... Okay, I mistimed it. Like, if you stun them... Yeah, like that. Friendly fire. 1,500 points! Okay. They get knocked back pretty far by it, so... Like, it's a little tricky to find the timing. Whoa! I don't remember these guys. Maybe they were in... Like, I don't know. It's a while since I played that other version of the game. It's, like, harder than I remember, but maybe also because it's been a while since I've played it. Okay, so Blade Breaker, if I use like a special move to break his sword. 2 health. Oh, that's pretty intense. I thought this would be a little more relaxing than ZPF, but this might even be more intense. The art reminds you of the gold armlet or of Thor, I can see that. No death bonus, no hit bonus, 0. So I scored 40,780 on this level, but I've got a total score 44,000. I'm not exactly sure where those last 4,000 came from. Oh, maybe it's my bonus, I guess. Yeah, that would check out. Because it's like 3.5. Yeah, okay. So those are, yeah. So the level score is what I earned during the level, and I got the bonus points. Nice brisk level. Boss intro. The art's pretty sick. It's funny because, like, I don't know, I played this before, right? Because I played it when I did play that other version. Maybe I'm just like tuned a different way because we've just looked at ZPF, which, you know, has great art in its own right, but I'm just like in a different, because, you know, it's not like I remembered it not looking great. If anything, the main thing I remember being a little anxious about with the visual presentation of this, which isn't even really a visual thing, but I thought it was maybe going to run at 30 FPS. Because it's like, I think all the videos they'd posted were 30 FPS, and I wasn't sure, and I felt like, well, the game's simple enough that it should be at 60, right? But you never know. Some people might develop stuff at 30, and especially if they're like Amiga developers. But no, it's 60. Like, but I always felt, I guess, that it had like a little bit of a limited color palette and kind of a, I guess basic look really isn't a fair thing to say, but I don't know. In any case, like, whatever hangups I might have had about the graphics in this game, like, I honestly think it looks really great. And It's a very pleasant game to look at, unlike ZPF. That's not to say that ZPF looks bad, but it's not easy to look at. It's not easy on the eyes. Whereas this has like a kind of a muted, more, I don't know, pleasant kind of look to it. But yeah, pretty intense action. Like when I mentioned or sort of explained what this game was at the start of the stream, I said that it's like kind of a Spartan X like, but not really. Like it's an action game, but it's not really an action platformer. You do a lot of jumping potentially, but not to navigate the level. There's no, you know, pits or ledges or verticality to speak of. I think actually there might be later a little bit, but not enough that you would call the game a platformer. It's mostly about like spacing and timing to deal with enemies. It's a side scroller. I mean, yeah, sure. But that also doesn't really, I mean, ZPF is also a side scroller. Like that doesn't really it's just funny that it's like a kind of, it's not like a weird genre bending game, right? But it's still, it doesn't feel quite accurate to call it a single plane beat 'em up. It doesn't feel like, and of course, I mean, action game isn't necessarily more descriptive than side scroller, but it's just funny how like it's a very basic enough thing, but it's like, I mean, the fact that it has like, it's funny how like if it had more platforming in it, it would be more familiar, like it would be more in the vein of something like, I don't know, a Ninja Gaiden or Shinobi or something. But because like the absence of platforming kind of makes it feel like it's something more specific that doesn't quite have its own name. But I guess Spartan X like is like kind of closest. But yeah, that's the thing, like I thought before I played it, just from seeing early footage and images and stuff, like I thought that maybe it would be a bit of a basic game, but I don't think that's the case at all. Like it actually has a nice degree of sophistication to it, and I love that it is like a pretty short arcadey thing. I mean, I haven't finished it, but from what I've played previously, and as you saw now, like the levels aren't long. So it's probably comparable to Spartan X in that sense. It's probably a little bit longer and definitely more involved, but not by an awful lot. And I think it's cool. Like I like the way they were talking about the game during like the Kickstarter campaign and stuff. Like if I were to make something like this, I would feel no obligation to make a fucking 40-hour game out of it. I mean, even ZPF I feel like is pretty ambitious in its scope for what it is. And the fact that this isn't is like a very good thing in my mind. ZPF I think impressively seems to kind of live up to it, but then on the other side of that you have stuff like Paprium, which is like has this weird RPG-esque secret non-linear shit to it that like doesn't feel like it benefits the game at all. And it's like it was included because investors voted on it 7 years before release, and there's like contractual obligations to include shit that like it's just weird. I don't know. I'm delighted that this is like a simple game that feels very fleshed out. In recent memory, I'd come here and be greeted with fanfare. Then you came for talk and to trade. Why do you bring us war now? You ask this after all these years of mankind's scheming and treachery? Prepare yourself. So I don't remember this boss's patterns at all. Let's see how it goes. He's gonna like throw something or tackle or whatever, but yeah, okay. Oh, I can roll. Right, I forgot. He uses a shield and I have to like find the opening to attack him. I remember that much. Alright, well, that's not how you do it. Skipping the dialogue, that's good. Reach him there. Oh. Okay, I hit him there at least, but... Fireball. Oh, he dropped the shield. I don't think you can, like, base tank him. I'm not sure if I can roll. Yeah, I can't roll through him either. Okay, when he lunges there, you gotta like jump up, I guess. I can do a high jump, but I don't have like a lot of horizontal. Oh, that's right. He does this, and then you roll, and that's where you can hit him. Familiar. Could have hit him there for sure. Oh, like shaking his head. It's like pretty well animated for how big he is. Weird little like stutter when I hit him. Like I've got him in some kind of loop here. Giving a little bit of an easy time here, surprisingly. The music's like not super intense for a boss fight, but satisfying. Noise when we hit him. Oh, cool animation. Will you tell me now what treachery we committed to earn this attack? Interesting. In victory, you have no cause to lie. I will not learn the truth, but maybe you can. Sick. All right. I mean, we took a couple of deaths, but not too bad. Boss defeated, 2,000 points. Lore time. Great work. I'll keep this artifact and its power out of the wrong hands. Now onwards to the snowy peaks of the Stygian folk. Consult the manual and see what it has to say. Level 2. Bitterhode Mountain. Snowy mountains to the north now house the main encampment of the mighty Stygian folk's lead raiding party. They recently came from deeper areas higher north. From the land so cold, few other creatures have the courage or hardiness to venture. Here, Demon Claw will give you lightning attacks to keep the naturally stocky and well-armored Stygian folk and their explosive projectile weapons at bay. Right, okay, I'm remembering. This looks so sick. I love the little parallax effect in the crystal ball. Pretty good. Oh, that's right, they drop. Alright, orb incoming. Magic should be coming soon. Ouch. Ah. I'm not sure. Yeah, so each stomp there gave it a little red orb. Ouch! Fuck. I forget the nice effect, the reflection. Right, so that's instead of the powered uppercut. Pretty sick, there's like a unique sprite for them getting like electrocuted. Ah, fuck. So I still retain the magic. Uppercut the Molotov drop. Health. Drop down with lightning power. So yeah, I'm a little. Oh yeah, I see a little shadow. But I guess if the shadow's right on top of you, or below you, I guess, it's harder to see. I didn't realize, by the way, but there's like a little electrified effect on my fist. Pretty cool. Greatly increases your range. I think you have a hitbox like behind you. Wow. He's pretty buff. When you do the launching uppercut, health. It's pretty, like, tricky to deal with the birds that come from behind. Pretty intense. Got orbs. Never really used the magic button. Okay, let's stay in motion here so we have an easier time seeing the shadow on the ground. Fuck! I looked over at chat. Shit. I didn't realize there would be more than one. A little bit naive, I guess. Ah! Explosives! Oh, interesting. If I keep, like, using too much magic shit, I guess I, like, sacrifice the... Yeah, you see, like, the extra magic thing there, like, it doesn't automatically recover those orbs. I have to, like, actually not use the magic attack. I don't remember how to deal with this guy. Ouch. Guess that works. Oh shit, the shield. Health incoming. I guess doesn't really do anything. We're at full health. There you go. Little mid-boss there. Pretty cool. I guess that's the first stage had those two bigger bird guys. They're kind of... Actually, I wonder if... Maybe that's what the cards here represent, like the mid-boss guy. Extra powerful, sure. Yeah, you get like different elemental magics on each stage. I remember this... I played it before. This took up a bit... took a little trial and error to figure out this boss, and then it got like really easy when I figured it out, but I won't have it figured out coming into this, so we'll see how it goes. Let's end this bloodshed. All back what's left of your army. Let's find a peaceful resolution to any grievances you have.
Bloody hands you wave as you cry for peace, worm. Bleeding lies won't save you. Nor will it save your kind from the fate you've earned. Life ends now.
Ceiling there looks a bit ominous. Ouch! Okay. Oh boy. Oh shit. Okay. Magic's incoming. Oh, ah! Oh fuck! He threw bombs. Okay. I love the fact that he's like, you barely see him in the background, and he goes, ah! Okay. Oh, he fuck that up. Ah, okay. You gotta punch those back, I guess. There's no, like, blocking. Gotta see if he does the high or low tackle. Obviously, the tail's pretty easy. He'll jump up in the air if he's doing the high one. Fuck. Or he'll just chase you into the corner. It does good damage. Okay. Oh shit, he just fucking grabbed the thing. The bosses are like pretty fucking elaborate. Like I said, I remembered it, like, you know, I didn't play a finished version of the game necessarily, so it's possible that there was like boss patterns that weren't in that version. That damaged me. Oh my god. You should have done a high jump. Fuck. Oh shit, right, game over. We have limited lives. This is a sick game over screen. Fuck. I'm getting so tripped up from having played the pre-release version that, like, I definitely don't remember seeing this. So I was like, oh man, this must be new. But it's like, maybe it wasn't. Maybe I just don't remember. But it's also like, I have this vague recollection of, like, I remember him doing this big tackle thing. But I also remember this fight seeming super difficult. Like, I think both fights that we've seen so far, I remember distinctly, like, not understanding when you can hurt the boss. Like, and just trying to aggressively. So this might actually save. There's like SRAM, right? So. Oh yeah, there's even a thing in the menu to reset high scores. But I remember distinctly that for both of those bosses, once I kind of got the hang of when you can hurt them, like, you can't brute force the boss fights. You have to actually... It's not like there's one singular solution necessarily, but they're designed to not let you just run in and punch. Like, you have to find openings. Which is, I think, interesting. Like, it's not necessarily what you would expect. Like, you might expect that, you know, there's going to be opportune moments, better and worse times to hit them. But not that, like, you have to be so respectful. Or even in the case of the goat guy, where trying to attack at a bad time will actively hurt you. So it's kind of the opposite of... We were talking about this before when we were playing Chronicles of the Wolf. How in certain Metroid games, I dislike where there's like this feeling of not really... Like, nothing really matters. You can just... you know, as long as you can deal damage faster than you take damage, like, you'll clear the boss fight. Fuck that up. And that's like, it feels pretty unsatisfying. Whereas some other Metroid games, like Fusion, you can't really do that. Like, you can't tank the fights. And it feels more satisfying when you're kind of forced to learn the patterns. And this definitely has that sort of vibe to it as well. Whoops, mistimed that. Let's... Oh my god, I missed the health. Fuck. Fuck, I didn't... I want to just slam that guy into these guys. Okay, I guess the air bash gives you a lot of iframes. Oh my god, the fireball just completely whiffed. Okay, health. I fucked that up a little bit. Oh, I used my magic cloak. I took a hit. That's right. That's right. I totally forgot about that system. So if you fill up those orbs, the blue circles, 2 hits. Oh my god! I rolled through them and then I fucking walked. Oh my, that was real fucking bad. Get that orb filled in. You get like an extra hit. But collecting extra health when you're at full health does nothing. I mean, I guess maybe it's points or something, but you don't get like extra health. So you can see I'm flashing right now. That means I have the magic cloak. So there was a checkpoint. You don't have to restart the stage entirely. I think I landed on the sword. I was trying to get him to hit himself with the sword. It's worth a lot of points. Which is also like a pretty sick system. Like when they first explained it, like the idea of these like style points and doing specific special like maneuvers, I wasn't sure like how much it would really matter. But right when I'm playing now, like you still really kind of want to try to do it, but you know, some of it is quite beneficial, like knocking the birds into the dudes and everything. Contact knockback instead of contact damage. I'm not sure that's the case. It might have been, but it may have been that I just had the magic cloak. But you could be right. I'm not sure. There's like, it's pretty intense. Like, it's more fast-paced than it kind of looks, I feel like. So this guy, I can hit him with the air overhead smash whenever he's like whiffing a sword attack. I can do that, for instance. I'm not sure if I can... land multiple... Like, I'm not sure if he's vulnerable when he's shaking his head like that. If I get too close to him, it's like he tries to backdash. Yeah, I think I had the magic cloak there. Fuck. Badly timed. Oh, I'm trying to get the health. Okay, I did not take damage from... Okay, that's good to know. I wasn't, like... It's... Because everything is moving at a pretty fast pace, it's hard to really keep track of what's happening in the health bar department. So, I did the boss death list, but I took up death during the stage instead. So we get to stage 2 with way more score, because we earned points twice during the first stage. Whatever. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess there's a high score table, and if it saves, that's pretty fun. Like, that I don't make score matter, but I'm not sure if you get, like, extends or anything. Okay, so even the regular human uppercut does have, like, fully... See there? Like, I get... I can hit behind me. Ice cube. I think it's on a, like, a set location. But I'm not sure offhand how much of this... I mean, I guess, like, it doesn't seem like it's random. Like, it seems as though... I guess I didn't really need that. It's kind of the same every time. So you can, like, memorize levels, which is good. Health. Oh, fuck. I don't use the roll much. I haven't really, like... I couldn't roll through that. Dead. Okay. I have the magic cloak. There's the health. I was like trying to punch the dudes because I was thinking there would be more of these guys with the bags of bombs. These guys. And I think you can hit him back. Bombs back at him. Okay, we're recovering a bit here. Ice cubes. Stay over here. Okay, good. Kind of recovering nicely there. There we go. Didn't hit him, but didn't hit me either, so... I didn't mean to do that, but sure. Bad use, honestly. There you go. We're actually at full health here. Full orbs. I kept thinking that the orbs that I, like, accidentally spent the orbs by using magic, which I might have, but maybe I just got hit. That's how they... That's probably more likely. I meant to do a high jump. Well, that's one orb gone. All my orbs gone. I'm gonna jump out of the range. Huh. Man, there's quite a recovery on that. I definitely don't know how to fight that guy. But at least we get to the boss with full life meter. And I guess that was deathless? Yeah. So we have, what, like 7 lives to deal with this boss? We should be able to do that. I don't know how far along, like how much damage we'd done by the time he started using the ice. Oh, I guess they're not stalactites. What do you call them? Am I having a complete meltdown? What's that called? Icicles? I missed. Fuck. Guess I can do that, yeah. Ah, see, I got hit there. Ah, I fucked up. Oh, interesting. You can hit him during, like, the startup. Almost dead, but so am I. Ice! I got him! Sick! I wasn't even looking at him. I just wanted to swat that out of the way, and then I wanted to try to grab the magic orb to get the cloak. Whew.
Possible. How could I lose to such a puny creature? More treachery. It must be.
Full parallax effect of the foreground torch. Whew. 50 points for style. Ooh. No death bonus, level score, boss defeated, 2,500. Extra lives earned. I'm guessing that's maybe because we passed 100,000? Unless we were... No, I think we were at 100 before we even got to the boss. Who knows? Yeah, I'm aware of stalactites and stalagmites, but I figured these it's not a stalactite if it's made of ice, right? Which I guess it's a little ambiguous if that was ice or rock or some combination thereof. Thankfully, it didn't even enter the picture. We were able to kill him pretty effectively. So there you see, like, if you know when you can hit him, it's not really, like, you can play pretty actively, and there's not, like, the bosses aren't at all, like, just sit around waiting for them to go through their pattern. Which is, like, I think the boss fights are quite well designed. Like, they're fun. And the game has a boss rush mode, which I'm, like, pretty excited about. I guess you have to unlock it, but we'll get there eventually. Much like ZPF, this game has a nice feeling of progression, like learning. I mean, again, this isn't the first time I played it, but when I did play it before, my experience, I was able to bring some of my experience from that into this. So I didn't get this far on my second attempt, but, if you make 5 attempts, I could get further every time. Now, again, in that pre-release version, when I played, I did eventually run into, like, hard crashes and freezing or whatever, and I'm praying that whatever caused those issues has been taken care of in this version of the game. If I can't play this or have trouble with it, I'm gonna be sad because the game is super fun.
Steeken folk no longer pose a threat. Next, you must face the treacherous swampland and the Olgankon swarm.
Forbidden Bog. Let's read the manual. Level 3, the Forbidden Bog. Elric must trudge through this dangerous dwelling of the Olgankon on the way to the final destination of Mount Leganvorn. Are there 4 levels? I guess the magic talked about 4 levels. Maybe there's only 4 levels. I thought there were 5. That's fine. Doesn't matter. The oppressive humidity and inescapable nauseating odor of putrid decay and stagnation are bad enough. But the violent and cannibalistic inhabitants make this a place everyone avoids at nearly any cost. Here, Demon Claw will give solid form to your thoughts in combat, allowing you powerful magical attacks against the foul creatures who inhabit these swamps. I guess I might as well familiarize myself, because yeah, the magic, it shows all the special moves and everything, and because you get different magic on different levels, the move list kind of changes too. So you have the... Yeah, I guess the power bash is the same on with all the magics. But you do get the energy uppercut, so you don't get the dive attack on this stage, and this you get the crouching, sort of a projectile, I guess, yeah. Down on an angle and attack, which is a weird phrasing. Down forward plus attack will shoot a large short-range shark fin-shaped energy attack across the floor. Like the unique kind of ability you have here. I've got to earn it first, though, of course. Frogs. We may have some frogs. Well, didn't take long. Oh shit! Wonder if you can. It looks like you could roll through there. That earned us some orbs. Oh! I didn't expect to drop down. Little purple flame there. Okay, decent range on that. Big hammer. Ouch. Oh, fuck, that's right, I remember. Fucked it up. If you hit him with the purple hammer, it, like, turns the enemy into a projectile. Like that. Which is really powerful. Like that. Mistime that. Right, there's no magic dive attack, but you still can dive attack, of course. You just get a regular dive kick. Like, that can kind of make short work of this sequence. Oh my god. I fucked up. So this is a really good attack, but when you kind of can't use it or you fuck it up, suffer the consequences. Like it manages to hit really good angles too, which is nice. I used magic. I didn't mean to do that. I guess it saved me from getting hit. Whoa! A little face in the background. Ducking away. Like they stay on the screen for a long time. Oh, fine by me. Oh, you even see those guys like kind of underwater before they get to you. Or the, you know, the guys that come in from underwater, that is. Oh, I didn't get hit. Somehow doing quite well here. Like full magic. Let's not. Oh, that's pretty cool. I was gonna say like maybe I should use my magic attack because I'm like I've got full meter. Turns out that it does that for you automatically. Okay, heading into the boss fight with pulled resources. Looking dope. This is really fun. This game is pretty sick. Like, what a rare treat. Get two new Mega Drive games on the same day, and they're both really good. Man, this would be like such a fun, like, just breezy arcade playthrough too. Oh, that's all we get for time. Whoa, fuck, okay. I should have done the bouncing attack. Oh, fucking. I see the little flies in the background too. Oh, it's like dropping oil, whatever. What it's called? Ink? I can't English. Off. Seems like weirdly straightforward. I actually kind of remember this boss being easy. It's a really fucking cool fight though. The fact that the boss fights are all so distinct. Oh, you see the other tentacles coming in. That's okay. That's the okay. I noticed something really sweeping by fast before, but I couldn't quite catch what happened. And now I noticed the you see the tentacles in the back. Ink. Magic. Yeah, you can just like roll through. Oh shit! Fuck, I wasn't ready for that. Alright, I'll just alright, I'll deal damage, sure. Okay, first try. Little pilot popping out. Oh. Like the old days. Yeah, I mean it's a proper like arcade game. Like levels not overstaying their welcome. Levels were 12,000. Oh yeah, okay, that's right. I was gonna say that was a huge increase, but no, I was getting it conflated with the boss the first boss was 2,000, then 2,500, 2,000. That's a smaller escalation. That is the farming simulator, 16-bit. I saw the box. I don't know what the game's like at all. I've seen photos of a box. I imagine that whether that's a joke or serious, probably not really super of interest to me as far as my gaming tastes go. Okay, so in my vague memory, level 4 is where I had the game crash, so I'm getting increasingly anxious here that we might still have haven't necessarily overcome those issues, but we'll find out.
Strongest magic is emanating from the center of Mount Eganvol. To get there, you will have to fight your way through the Graxis Horde.
Let's read the lore. Level 4, Mount Leganvorn. Veteran senses the strongest magical energy he's ever experienced coming through deep in the center of this mountain. Unfortunately, the caves Elric must explore are the home of the Graxis Horde. Long ago, much more noble beings dwelled here, but they've not been seen in ages. Here, Demon Claw will give you freezing blasts and ice attacks to use against dangerous beasts seldom seen by the eyes of man. What mysteries lie beyond this swirling hive of vicious teeth and claws? And will finding and retrieving this most powerful source of magic truly save humanity from this great peril? Only you have the power to find out. Will you rise to this challenge and fulfill your destiny? Well, we're about to find out. I suppose chances are that there is a 5th level. I mean, I have my sneaking suspicions of, the integrity of the character of this Thredrin, whatever his name is, Magic Man. I'm getting some shades of Mortal Kombat Deception story mode, where this faceless spirit claiming to be the protector of, the universe, being like, hey, can you, do you mind spending your life just collecting all these all-powerful magical artifacts for me? I promise I won't use them for evil or anything. And then you collect all of them, and it's like, oh shit, he was gonna use them for evil. So, I feel like a twist of that kind of variety could be incoming. But, I mean, maybe the twist is that the guy is actually friendly. And we were saving the mankind's cultural history and everything all along. Could be. See if we can find out. Oh, fancy parallax foreground effect. I like that the enemies are, like, normally I feel like it would be likely to be kind of annoying. You have enemies that you have to hit a bunch of times. But the fact that enemies... Bird kicker. I should have looked at the move list, by the way. Actually, let's do that right now. It kind of transfers what I was talking about with the boss fights to the regular enemies as well. Like, you can't just brute force, like, you know, it's in your interest to actually learn how to fight them, because if you can just take them out before they can do anything, then that won't matter. I mean, that's kind of what we saw in ZPF, and that's a lot of shoot 'em ups where you being powerful and having powered up weapons letting you kill enemies quicker. Like, one of the main benefits is that they have less time to put bullets on screen, so your, like, defensive play, so to speak, becomes easier. And it's sort of like, that's what you can't do here. I mean, you still kind of want to take out enemies so they don't swarm you. But the fact that you have to hit them multiple times means that they will have opportunities to hit you. But it feels nicely balanced. I like it. Elric's Ice Magic, Freezing Blast. Okay, so the regular attack just shoots a... Your normal punch will shoot a short-range blast, which can temporarily freeze enemies. Frozen enemies can also be used as platforms. Interesting. It seems like it wouldn't be very necessary, but that's interesting. Ice Shards, down plus A in the air. Down on attack will send a spray of ice shards down on enemies. Ice Column. Uppercut creates like an ice wall that can block enemies and projectiles. You can also use it as a platform. I'm like worried that we're gonna need to do some platforming here. Totally whiffed that, but how that works. I don't have enough magic to do a regular ice punch here. Oh shit! Surprise attack! Pretty sick though. I feel like I spend most of my time not having actual magic powers. Oh yeah, I can see the fist really glow now. Supposed projectile coming, like I've seen it happen, but I was trying to uppercut. Oh, there we go. The availability of the magic for the special attacks is a little cryptic. I don't like all these spider webs. Fuck. I can't roll. I can dive kick, but I can't punch. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. That's why that didn't come out before, because I used the wrong command, I see. I can't high jump either. I'm like trying to mash to get out of this, but it makes me do accidental drop kicks. Okay. I'm pretty sure we are past the point, like when I played this before and it crashed, I want to say that that happened when I picked up the gauntlet one time, and at some point during that fight. I just noticed that there was like this cocoon in the ceiling, and I was about to comment on it, and then he dropped out of it. I wonder if, like, if there's a level after this, there's some kind of like combination of different magics, or if there's some kind of thing in the game where you might be able to combine magics, or having like different, like magics from one level on another level or something. He just exploded. Color and music shift. This looks so fucking cool. Oh shit, I was expecting dialogue. I was trying to bash those guys. The roll felt good there. I've got a health incoming. Oh, he protected him. Fuck, I meant to smash. Those guys really do get in the way. Health here. Let's time that.
Nice. Okay, I got health back. He does take damage from that. Nice. Not a lot, but this should be it. Fucked that up, but I'd say that should work. Whew. First try. That was a cool fight. I mean, all the fights have been cool.
Don't touch the crown. You can speak? With that crown, they took my mind. At least I die as myself. I'm grateful. Who did this to you? Ordenfell, king of the Dvorkin swine who hide in the same mountain, used us as dogs. I hope he too draws his last breath today.
Oh. This is... I'm not controlling this, by the way. Fully powering up. The music's shifting tone.
His halls are covered in anti-magic wards. Have to proceed alone. Demon Claws reverting to its original form will be void of magic until you make it beyond their range.
Alright, so instead of a special stage where we get all magics, we get no magics. I mean, we might still get all magics, who knows? I mean, obviously there's like overlapping moves, so I don't know how that would work, but... Sweet tunes, though.
I chose you because I know you're capable. Trust in yourself. Finish this.
Final boss gauntlet. Right, got like machinery, little Opa looking helicopters. Oh, saw him in the trading card. I forgot about this guy. Let's say, is that a trap? Yep, sure is.
It's a sick.
I don't trust those things. Good boss encounter. Can hit him at least. I'm expecting those things to like shoot lasers like it's fucking TMNT. Because he's gonna shoot some fucking rockets. Expecting those things to drop. Maybe some will. Whenever it goes gear. I mean, that would be sick. I'm not counting on that, to be honest, but... Seems pretty, like, restrained, I guess. I suppose that, yeah, those things are preventing me from high jumping. Press the button, but... I jumped. That's such a cool touch, like... He's running away. Oh, cool! It broke the trap. It looks like, anyway. Yeah, the button's staying depressed and the arrows are broke off. There's so many cool little touches like that. Let's say oh, I was gonna say, they probably don't hit each other. They're like, they block the shield. I'm sure you could, like, stun them. Oh, he broke his shield, even. But you can make them hit each other. They're dropping these like vials. Oh yeah, they're not dropping red orbs either. I didn't even think of that. That's such a good escalation. Oh, he's like jumping over the trap. How fucking sick is that? Can I step on him? Oh, this is fucking good. What you love to see. The game's good from the start, and it's just getting cooler and cooler. Okay, that looks ominous. Alright, okay. No giggers, but we get fucking Cyber Viking.
You've not been summoned by the king. Be gone with you.
Fuck, do I fight this guy? No magic either. Oh, shit. Oh, I bet I can hit those things back. Something damaged him. Oh, a little escape hatch. Okay. All these weird unique animations on the character. Holy shit. Holy shit. All right, no death bonus. We cleared a level. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess technically we were still in level 4, right? Because there was like a seamless transition after fighting the, I don't know, whatever it's called, the Goblin King. Fuck. Dude, that was awesome. Oh, so those gave me health. Holy shit. That fucking giants. Oh, like the animation too. Oh yeah, I guess that's why they're not dwarves, because they're huge. They're dvorks.
Dare trespass the glorious domain of Odenfell, the Dvorkin king? Was it the wards, walls, guards, or our Graxkin dogs that made you feel welcome? Clearly it was you who first attacked our people with your manipulated Graxis army. I'm here only to end this needless bloodshed, peacefully if possible. But for those who stick to their own, I'm surprised you, their king, is not Dvorkin.
I guess the dwarks aren't giants. Alright, okay. He's something else, I suppose.
You dare challenge the purity of my lineage? You're unworthy to witness my true form.
Or is he insinuating something else? I'm a little bit lost on the lore, I have to admit. But the game's sick. I don't know if dwarven mythology is something that's like exists in any consistent form. But I'm not sure. I don't think that's what's at play here, but like I said, I'm a little bit lost, so who knows.
I'll show you King Odenfell as pinnacle proof of Dworkin supremacy.
Whatever they are, they're a bit racist, it sounds like. Oh, I'm mad, Jake. Oh, I have to like navigate. Yeah, I get like pushed back every way. Whoa! Oh, okay, I didn't expect them to hit like that. Okay, 6 lives to do this. Okay, well, I got the hit. Oh, new pattern. Alright, no, just a different side. Oh, I got hit, or maybe I have to hit him twice for that. I'm not sure. Okay. Dude, I'm not doing that much damage. I gotta like learn how to actually do these patterns properly, or else we're not long for this world. Okay. Hit an accidental diagonal. The Nintendo Switch special. How can he change his colors? Is so sick. Oh! We got a incoming heal. No damage there? Good. I don't know if I dealt multiple hits there, but... Okay, contact damage. I don't know if I just do regular jump attacks or what I should do, but... Whoa, shit! I don't really know what to expect here. Bosses are getting extremely cool. I mean, they were pretty cool to start, but they're only getting cooler. Oh, you're like inching closer. Holy shit! It's so sick. Okay, good. Getting knocked back allowed me to grab this, which didn't actually help. He's using all the same like elemental magics as I am. There's gonna be a beast. Oh, the health disappeared. Mashing? Yeah, the ice dragon, I guess. That kind of sucks, honestly. Get bumped by the ball. Okay. Okay, landing one hit like with magic is kind of what matters. Oh, his life bar. Okay. Oh yeah, solid, whatever. That was intense. What an awesome fucking boss fight.
Master Morgenthorn. Well done, Elric. You've saved many lives. I know this voice. Betrayal. You. What? Perhaps in time the Dworken Kingdom can regain its past glory now that its insecure Cretan is not their king.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're not quite GGing just yet. But we'll see.
This was the last of the artifacts I needed. Perhaps I'll see you when you return home.
Huh? Doesn't feel entirely triumphant. We'll see. We'll see. 200k, no second extend. Nope, I guess I guess so. What a weirdly mysterious wizard man. Shout outs to Mike and Corey. Dude, this was fucking awesome, dude. Oh, like unique artwork for each level. I was expecting to see him start animating his walk, but still. Yeah, shout outs to Lord Alistair Grimble for the music. Like, was that the end? I mean, it was certainly a glorious final boss fight, but I'm still... I don't trust Wizard Man, alright? I don't trust him. What's he gonna use with all these highly powerful magical artifacts? Bad ending? I mean, that could certainly be. I mean, he certainly seemed to hint at, like, there's gonna be something, like, you know, you'll see when you get back home. So is there a post-credits bad ending stinger? I mean, it definitely doesn't seem... He already seemed shady to begin with, and it didn't seem any less shady from popping up there at the end. I don't feel like everything has been resolved, I guess, is how I'll phrase it at this point. Oh, new art. Like, the art in this is awesome. And we haven't even played there's a whole second character with, like, completely different moveset for playing. I mean, that's a... I can see the Story of Thor vibes there for sure. Collecting all the artifacts to cook dinner. Yeah, as expected, this was still, like, easier to learn and get through than ZPF for sure. Both games fucking awesome though. Like, I'm so happy to have these games, and like I said, what an incredible treat to get them both on the same day. Oh, there they are, the artifacts. Am I in control? No. Huh? That did not feel like we resolved anything.
the artifacts just sitting around on the floor, wizard man nowhere to be seen. Clearly, if there's more gameplay, we're not getting to it now because we're entering the high score. But it could be that, like, this is where the game ends now because we didn't do whatever to trigger the full final. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to assume that there has to be more gameplay. I mean, it already felt like we were being teased something, and then we get the little post-credit scene, which didn't deliver more on what we kind of had seemingly teased. So I feel like there's got to be more to it. Even if there was literally nothing else, that was still so much fun that this is going to be like an awesome, just like, I feel like playing something. Fuck it, I'll boot up Demon Claw and I'll do a run, and I'll see where I end up on my high score. But we do have this cool animation. We do have Gareth. Maybe there's more lore with the other character. That's not going to be the case because Gareth is like a bonus character specific to the Mega Drive version, and the other versions will have other characters. And we'll see. I've been streaming for quite some time, almost 6 hours, so I don't know whether we'll do another full playthrough. But I'll definitely want to show Gareth. Yeah, we'll see him there. I forget if the intro is different. I think the intro is slightly different. So maybe the dialogue is a little different, but it's not like you would need to play the other character to fill in the missing story, because the alternate characters are like not in the other versions or whatever. So, but that's a whole thing. But there's also boss rush, tag team, and survival mode. So we haven't unlocked those. Let's see here. There is, okay. I couldn't remember if there were difficulty options. I didn't pay much close attention to it, but I mean, on the high score table, I saw the letter N. So I was like, oh, was that for normal difficulty? I guess that must have been a thing. So there is a hard mode, and I mean, we game over on the second boss on our first attempt, and then we beat the game on the second attempt. So I feel like if I played it again on normal now, I would most likely 1cc the game. So hard seems, you know, there's a little bit of a challenge curve to build up to. Like, if I could get to the point of sleepwalking through the game on normal, I would be pretty excited to learn the game on hard. But because we beat the game, we didn't 1cc, so that could be a trigger for some kind of secret ending or whatever. Hard mode could also be it. Regardless, like, clearly there's more, like, because we didn't, like, there's stuff we haven't unlocked. I don't expect to, like, oh yeah, let's play the game multiple times without performing any better and trust that it'll just give us a bunch of new modes and whatever. Like, I mean, maybe you beat boss rush to unlock survival or something, but I'm surprised the tag team is even locked, because I was expecting that, like, you can play this in 2-player mode. So basically what tag team is that you can swap between the two characters on the fly. And if you want, like, if you have 2 controllers, you can play with each player controlling each character, but you can also do it solo. That was their sort of compromise, if you want to call it that, because they couldn't really do. I mean, the game would be total chaos if you had 2 characters on screen. Like, I'm not surprised that they didn't try to squeeze that in. But it's like kind of a little bonus thing. But because it does allow you technically to play with 2 people, I would have thought that this, like, I'm surprised that this is like some sort of unlockable thing. I'm not likely to ever play this with someone else, so it doesn't make any difference to me. It's not like I'm disappointed because now I can't play this with my friend. I was just a little surprised. But yeah, I assume beating the game on normal gave us boss rush. I mean, maybe beating it on easy gives you tag team and beating it on hard gives you survival. I don't know. That seems a little unlikely. I'm curious if survival is some kind of endless, you know, battling waves of enemies, or if it's some kind of beat the whole game on 1 life. If that's the case, and it gives you some kind of unique reward, that would be super sick. Because again, like, you know, the extra lives doesn't... I mean, there's checkpoints, but if you can beat a boss, you can beat it in 1 life. I mean, I guess you can... multiple lives means you can get to a boss with 1 health, and if you die, you can do the boss fight at full health. So I guess lives do matter in that sense, but it's not like you can just, you know, because you don't respawn on the spot, it's not like you can just totally credit feed or life feed or whatever you'd call it. But because of that, like, it would still be a meaningful difference to have a mode where you have 1 life, if that's what it is. Let's do the boss rush as Elric, because we're a bit more familiar with his moveset, and see what it's like. Like, I don't think I remember all the strats or anything. Alright, so you get the magic. That's nice, at least. There's a little screen flash. I always thought it's a little weird. But it's helpful to make the timing more consistent, so... I guess like more stun from that. Oh my god, that was very unfortuitous timing. I guess you can hit him during the backdash and during the wind-up. This does way more damage. I didn't mean to use that move, but that works. Yeah, so you have 0 lives for this. That makes sense. But that's the thing, like, I'm expecting health to carry over. No hit bonus. Took damage, though. Yeah, the anime, like a lot of the art is sort of... Oh, we do get a health refill. Kind of economical, but it looks really good, and there's a lot of, like, little flourishes and bits of fanciness that didn't necessarily need to be there, but certainly add. Remember how to find. Oh yeah, you can hit him during that at least. But you can also get hit. All right, well that's. I feel like that boss is like really inconsistent because some of his moves are way easier to deal with than others. Like when we got through him now, Deathless on the playthrough, I feel like the game was set too hard. Okay, I see. That makes sense, I guess. I didn't really think about that. I did set it to hard. Actually, why don't we keep it on hard and see if we can appreciate difference. We'll switch to Gareth. So this is, yeah, this is the same, but I think when we see... Because in the story, you see Elric in, like, a little town. So this part is different, I think. Well, well, not this part, but the next one, I guess. Tap through to skip, that's good. Yeah, I was summoned to this world by a powerful human wizard. He requested my aid during these times of peril. Enhanced my sword with the ability to draw energy from defeated foes. The lower explanation of the mechanics. I'll never abandon the call of those in need. So he has this like slash comp. Okay, that looks a little funny. Oh yeah, he doesn't have the jumping uppercut. It's like immediately pretty different. But he can do that. What are the controls? I missed the health. But his sword has like good range. Oh yeah, magic. But he can do that. That's a pretty good move. I guess we are playing on hard mode. That's an excuse as well. But I don't think he can do like the bash. but that's a really good attack. Ooh, ha. This is very intense. Okay, health. Slice and dice. He has like different style point moves. What other platforms did they make this game for? There's the Neo Geo version and the Steam like modern version. Really cool. Like it definitely doesn't feel like it's compromised at all. Like I know that some of the backgrounds and stuff, like there's definitely more color in the Neo Geo version, but nothing about the way that this is visually presented makes it feel like you're playing some inferior version. I know there might be stuff that's like kind of specific to this version. I like full magic. But the Mega Drive and Neo Geo versions have their own unique like alternate character. And I forget if the Steam version has its own third, or if it's just that you can play as both Elric or Gareth and whoever the Neo Geo character is. But the Steam version is basically going to be kind of has like everything. And I'm not sure if I already also have that version. I'll need to check. Whoa. I got points for getting hit by their sword and breaking it. Sure how that works, but art is intense, but I feel like it's very interesting that you kind of learn to rely very heavily on the air bash attack with Elric. And now that I don't have it, I feel like super handicapped, but I'm also definitely not making use of the strengths of Gareth. But it's, I mean, it's a pretty sick thing to have like the characters be so different. See, I can't really dive kick either. Because I mean, not the same way anyway. Really. Oh, you can actually hit him during that. I don't think I realized that. Oh shit, that's new. Doing like multiple. Multiple dive attacks. Ouch. Totally mistimed that. Not worth it. Oh, he dropped the shield. So cool, like he just dropped his shield and like the fight sort of changes. Yeah, the dialogue I think is like mostly the same, but maybe it's a little different. I forget, you don't get to see the main character. Well, yeah, you see them in the little crystal ball there. Yeah, him just like, oh, sure, I'll just take care of this very powerful artifact, don't mind me. And the fact that you go back to his little chamber. Yeah, like the fact that you don't get the launching uppercut with 400 iframes, and you don't get the... Oh, that's right, you can launch enemies. That's right, you get like the opposite. Okay, that didn't seem to work. But the manual said that you can... Like you can launch enemies into other enemies. I've only used it as like an anti-air, but I guess that's not really how it's meant to be used. Oh, ice cubes on the left. Multiple ice cubes? No, just on a different place. Oh, the sprite of his sword changes. I didn't really realize. Oh, that's right. Different spells on this level. Like, you can't really get iframes on command with Gareth. That's a pretty major difference. The dive attack has iframes. Alright, we got to the checkpoint at least, I think. The third attack in the combo is like a little... I'm like... I timed the inputs based on Elric's moveset. Just not correct. But I think that's awesome. Like, the fact that... there's like a genuine learning curve to using the different characters. Like, it could easily be that Gareth is just worse or like harder to use. But even if that's the case, it's still like creating variety and options for different experiences. It's like no knockback unless you use this. Yeah, the third attack and his little combo string is weird. Fuck, it's so hard to time that. Ah! I wanted the magic shield. Fine, I'll get the health. I haven't even gotten to the bomb goats. There we go. Okay, at least this like sort of hits behind you. Well, if you time it correctly. I also am like pretty clueless on how iframes on the roll works. Like, you can use it to sort of dodge projectiles. Like, you can't roll through enemies, but there are definitely attacks that won't harm you if you're in the roll. Recovery frames. Whoops. Okay, I don't know. Jump there. That was supposed to be a roll. Maybe it's for input thing. Did I collect those magic things, or did I just swap them away? I guess I have had magic cloak. I didn't think about it because it's very intense, but I guess you're definitely strongly incentivized to keep killing enemies just to get more orb drops. To get more magic and health back. This game's like very kind of addictive. You just boot it up like, oh, let me just try this character real quick. Let me just show what he can do. And it's like, oh, I just kind of want to keep playing. I was gonna say, standing on top of this should be safe, right? There's no way it's gonna drop two ice cubes on top of each other. Like the preferred way to dealing with those guys, honestly. You get more drops. Fuck. Well, getting hit is not a good thing. Super Star Wars vibes. I mean, I can see what you're saying, but also, man, what a weird comparison, just given how unwieldy and like messy of a game that is. Whoa! I didn't even know how to fight this guy with a character whose moveset I like understand. Am I hitting him? I guess when he's shaking like that, that's probably a hit. Somehow I have a full life bar. I guess he just bumped me a bunch of times. So with this guy, I guess it's mostly about avoidance. I didn't have a super clean strat for actually hitting him with Elric when we last fought him in the boss rush. I have kind of wider horizontal range. I think I can't, like... You can skip the intro text boxes properly, but not those ones. Okay, I didn't quite mean to do that. I somehow used magic and died. Like during the boss dialogue, pressing the button doesn't skip the text. Or, I mean, it doesn't like write out the text all in one go. See, I got hit there. Like even, I mean, the magic obviously helps with the range. But even without it, I think... That's right. If it does this, that's like problematic. You can... I thought I dodged that. You can hit the fire bombs back at him, but... He has enough different moves that it's not super trivial to react to the correct one. Left. You can't really roll through him. Alright, last life. Hard mode is probably different, but I feel most of the difference comes from playing as this character. I was like expecting the fire bombs. Okay, I got bumped. I don't think I took damage. I think it is like unique animations for getting hit by the lightning magic is such a cool thing. Okay, that center icicle looks a bit conspicuous. It just keeps bouncing along the floor. Health. I missed the health. Fuck! Ah, I could have easily killed him if I didn't chase the health. Ah, man, what fucking awesome boss fights though. And this game over screen is so sick. Man, this game rules. Go to NeoFid website. I have a discount code that I don't want to accidentally reveal. Neofid-studios.com, I guess. Get your own copy of where are we there? I can't even see the camera there. Demon Claw or Astabros or Demons of Astaborg. The original Gareth game. Oh yeah, there's Demons of Astaborg DX coming to GBA. Oh yeah, the brand new remake of the original Demons of Astaborg, now on Neo Geo and Game Boy Advance. Such a odd thing, but yeah, there you go. That's ZPF and Demon Claw. I'm just like exhilarated. Oh yeah, let's do this. Very, very cool games. I want to finish this game on hard. I want to find out if there's a true ending that we didn't see yet. I want to finish the game with Gareth. I want to eventually, I guess, play PC version to figure out whoever is in that version, which I don't remember. Sorry, I'm trying to speak while fiddling all these things back into the box simultaneously. That's not the easiest thing. Definitely want to listen to the ZPF soundtrack to get a better sense of what that's like. The music in this game, definitely good. I was gonna say that it didn't stand out as much, but that's not really true. Like, I didn't notice much of the music in ZPF during gameplay either, because it's like just there's a lot more to focus on than just the music. But overall, I think both these games are tremendously polished. And in a way, my favorite kind of Mega Drive releases in that if these games were around 30 years ago, they would have been great games. But there's a lot of little things that, like, they don't feel like they could easily fit in with the game libraries of back then. But there are many little touches and nuances in a lot of different ways, aesthetically, mechanically, structurally. I mean, a game like this wouldn't release with SRAM for saving, for sure. But, you know, there's bits and pieces like that that make them feel modern and make them feel like they wouldn't have come out at a different time than right now. And I'm not bringing this up like it's a matter of authenticity, that it's fake games or that it's not true or whatever. On the contrary, I think it makes it so that they offer something like worthwhile from the perspective of a Mega Drive collection. Like, they offer unique flavors regardless of how you feel about the quality of a game. The fact that there are elements to this that feel modern or make them feel like a modern take on a very conventional style of game just gives them a little bit of distinct flavor, in my opinion. I'm really curious, by the way, these little intros with the sampled sounds and the fancy animation. I wonder how much of the ROM size those take up. Because, like, both of these games are very, you know, like I said, this is a little bit of a Spartan X-like. ZPF is a shoot 'em up, and those are extremely foundational styles of arcade games. Yet they have, like, kind of a modern take, not necessarily a modern twist. It's not like, oh, it's this, but it's also a roguelike, blah blah blah, whatever. But just like some of the elements, and I mean, ZPF has more going on with its structure being a little unusual, but even then, like, having shops and alternate stage orders and stuff, like, it's not like there aren't arcade games that do that. Like, it's not that, you know, mold breaking. But I guess, like, the secret hunting and alternate endings and, like, that stuff is maybe a little bit, the specific execution of it, I guess, at least, gives it a little bit of a, like, you know, it doesn't feel like a straight old arcade shoot 'em up. I don't know. I hope that there's more to this, some kind of extra final boss or ending or something. But even if there isn't, like, what we just played through on normal, incredibly fun and well-paced and tight. No, you know, all fat is trimmed. Like, it's pure game from beginning to end. Increasingly exciting and cool boss fights. I think the difficulty curve is a little bit peculiar, because I think the third boss, the swamp squid, is way easier than the goat. The goat, I feel like, is kind of maybe the hardest boss. But, like, just an awesome, fun game. And, I mean, certainly playing on hard with Gareth, I think, like I said, it felt like the character made a bigger difference than the difficulty level. But even so, hard is going to be harder than normal. So if I played with Alric right now on hard, I wouldn't expect necessarily to beat it first try. So there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve. But even so, like, I appreciate that it's not super hard and challenging, because it makes it super fun to play through. Like, it's something I generally like about certain games, like Batman on the Mega Drive. It's got some, like, really tricky, challenging bits, but because of the way the life and continue system works in that game, like, if you get to the final boss and you game over mid-fight and you continue, it's like you start over in the middle of the fight with this health half depleted. Like, it's super forgiving, at least if you give yourself enough continues and whatever. So you can pretty easily just bust through that entire game in 30 minutes. But it's a fun time. Like, I don't begrudge that game for not being more challenging, for letting me do that kind of, even if I'm really rusty, because it makes it fun. Like, I don't necessarily boot that game up because I want that challenge and grind. And this could be something similar. I mean, I would say this is a much better game in a lot of ways. The combat's certainly more involved, and it's more even in its, like, excitement levels. I mean, I like Batman too, but I'm very happy with this because I feel like this delivers more than delivers on everything I was hoping it would be based on my perception, like based on the pitch basically in the Kickstarter campaign, based on what they've shown. I feel like, and even based on playing that pre-release version, it could very easily have been all things correct on paper, but then you play the actual game and it's like kind of tedious, kind of boring, kind of whatever. You won't know if it's actually what you want it to be in terms of how the experience feels until you play it. And the fact that it's like a fun, cool game throughout, and especially like the finale, like the final level was like such a awesome thing. Like I'm so, nothing about it felt anticlimactic or disappointing. Like it's I felt, even when I kind of backed it, as like, well, you know, there's always a risk that it ends up being kind of boring. And it's hard to say. Like, I'm backing it partially on faith that it's going to be fun, but also like, I kind of want to see these guys do what they like. I have a personal philosophy with crowdfunding that I will never back something if I'm not okay with losing my money and getting nothing for it. So I won't really back something and feel like I've been ripped off. Obviously, if a game isn't fun, I'll wish that the game was more fun. But it's not, you know, I feel like that's different from feeling like the financial aspect of it was sort of unfulfilling. But from a kind of, you know, entertainment product standpoint, me backing a project like that isn't necessarily synonymous with me thinking that it's going to probably be great. There's a hope, but not always, you know, I don't expect Black Jewel Reborn, for example, to be fantastic. I don't expect Irene and Genesis to be amazing. But I'm still, regardless, like, happy to have backed them. So for this to actually deliver on all that and be as good of a version of this as I could have expected, and I mean, to put it in another way, playing this game, there isn't like 50 things that make me go, I would have designed this differently, or I feel like this, I wish this was that way. Like, I'm very satisfied. There's like nothing I have to really complain about. It would maybe be that the second boss feels too difficult relative to everything else, but, you know, once I learn it, that won't be an issue. And the final stage, the final boss, assuming that is the final boss, extremely satisfying. Like, it's so cool that the game had so much fancy shit left over till the end. Like, that's incredible. I was not, for how polished and everything it feels from the beginning, I wasn't expecting it to have that much stuff left in its back pocket by that point. Would I say it's value for the money? What did it cost? I have no idea, because I backed this on Kickstarter like 3, maybe 4 years ago. I could look it up, but that's not really relevant information for anyone else. So yeah, there's my copy of the game. Little Kickstarter edition sticker. Value for money is not something you can really, I mean, that's such a subjective thing. So, like, all I can really say, like, I can tell you how good I think the game is, and that's no guarantee that you will have the same experience and feelings about it. If I knew what it cost, I could tell you what it costs. But what that means is also going to be very different for, you know, everyone's financial situation. I think, relative to many other modern Mega Drive games, it's really good. I think it's got a certainly lower difficulty curve than Tenza, probably than Xenocrisis as well, lower than ZPF. Like, it's an easier game than some of those, which I think for some people might make it slightly disappointing. I think for some people it's going to make it a lot more approachable. It's not as, like, fully hardcore and demanding as some of those games, but at the same time, like, there's not only is there hard mode, there's the whole, like, the score aspect and different things. Like, if you enjoy the game, it's not as though you beat the game and then there's nothing left to do in it. Like, for example, there's Xiaomei, the Flaming Fist, whatever it's called, which I played on stream a couple of months ago, which is a Japanese developed, much more blatantly Spartan X clone. That game was also released on Steam, and that game is like 5% of what this is. That game is like such a plain basic game. It's like kind of glitchy and not super great, enjoyable in its way, kind of charming, but I finished that game and then it's like, all right, I'll put this on the shelf and I don't think I'll ever feel a desire to play it again. But this has like a lot more meat on the bone, despite, well, I don't want to say despite, but like, you might think that it doesn't, given that it's like such a straightforward, simple arcade thing. I think for some people that comes with an expectation that it is like the Xiaomei game where you play it once and you feel done with it. But I think there's a lot of reasons why that's not the case with this game. You could argue even something like Mad Stalker, which is a cool game, maybe doesn't feel as mechanically fleshed out as this. Like, it's a little bit more uneven. So I think that there is more to this game than some other modern games. Like, I haven't played Demons of Astaborg, but I have Astabros, the other game from Neofid, which is like sort of kind of a sequel to that game. And that has like an action roguelike sort of a thing. And we finished that game, and I liked it. It was pretty cool. I enjoyed it more than I probably expected, but I definitely didn't like it the same way I like this, where it's like everything about this is just like super fun and satisfying. And I mean, even ZPF was like such an engrossing experience in a way that I wasn't quite expecting. I guess ultimately the way I would put it is that, like, I think with modern Mega Drive games, I go into it with an expectation that it's like probably not going to be super great. And if something is genuinely really good without a bunch of caveats, that's like a nice surprise. And because I think that is kind of where we're at, that means that something that does feel as polished as this kind of does stand out. And if, like, whether something is worth money or whether something is, like, again, like, I can't really give an answer to that. But what I can say is, like, if you are looking at this game in relation to other equivalent games, like, I think this is a very high quality release. I don't know when, as far as I'm aware, the Neo Geo version is like still in development. The focus was to deliver this first. Like, the Neo Geo game was not part of the Kickstarter, I don't think. Like, the Kickstarter was specifically to deliver this version of the game, to my understanding, to my recollection. And I don't know if, like, the playtest I did, like, that was through Steam, but it came, you know, as a bundled ROM, so I could play it on my flash card. So I don't think this game is out on Steam currently, but I don't know if they were, like, if they're gonna finish the Neo Geo version so they can bundle all of them in the Steam release, or if the Steam release will just come out with this version and then they'll, like, add the other stuff later. Like, I don't really know, but there will be a Steam version that is supposed to have, like, all the stuff from both the Neo Geo and the Mega Drive version, I believe. But you should check out Bitbeam Canon anyway. They're cool people. They have other games in development, and they have a good YouTube channel. I'm looking at the box here to see. I don't have their website URL on the box, but I mean, Google Demon Claw or Bitbeam Canon, you'll find it. And you can figure out. I mean, I think actually I'm not sure if there's a store page on Steam. I feel like there probably should be. In any case, like, I like this game an awful lot. I can easily recommend it. Like, if you see what this game is and think that you might enjoy a game that's like this, then I think you will enjoy it. Yeah, I'm curious. So the pixel art is really good in this game. It's pretty much all of it is done by, pretty much all. I guess I don't know that for a fact, but Corey Annis, is that his name? Mike and Corey. That's all I know. And I'm kind of curious what else he's worked on. Because it's got kind of a vibe on its own. It's just really fascinating to see it in context like this, because I've seen a lot of videos and images and stuff, and I think Mike is, like, he's the lead designer and programmer, but they, like, because they're kind of co-developing different versions, Neofid did the main kind of programming for the Mega Drive version. But I think Mike also does art. So I forget if he did like the paintings, the cover art stuff. I'm not sure. It's on Steam. Cool. Yeah, you should wishlist it for sure. Whether you intend to buy it or not, that's a good way to give support to stuff that's cool. But yeah, like I said, they have multiple games in development. They're doing like Amiga stuff. They have a beat 'em up in development called Metro Siege for the Amiga, which looks quite impressive in the context of what you might expect from an Amiga beat 'em up, anyway. But interesting in its own right. And like I said, they've done some super interesting pixel art analysis, breakdown type stuff on YouTube, which I'm like really tempted to go back and just rewatch because it's been a long time. So clearly those guys are really talented and knowledgeable, but I have absolutely no idea what their kind of background is and what stuff. Like Alistair Brimble, who did the music, is a very the word well-known like British video game, like old computer game music guy, but he's like not part of the team. But as far as Mike and Corey goes, like I just don't know what their background is and what other stuff they might have worked on. I don't know if they've done like pixel art professionally in the past. But yeah, for being like the first game of theirs that I've like properly played, I'm very impressed. And for me, like at this point, I'm very happy with the game. I'm very happy to have supported it, and I'm like eager to see what they keep doing. And like if there eventually might be a Mega Drive version of Metro Siege, that would be like, dude, I'm extremely in on that day one. Prolific, I guess that's a good word. I don't know too much about Alistair Brimble's body of work to say how prolific he is, but I know he's a well-known name at least. Game definitely seems like the sickest of the two. I mean, I think this game for sure, like just at face value, a vaguely Spartan X like very combat heavy side-scrolling action game versus a horizontal spaceship shoot 'em up. This is easily like more up my alley. But I think in some ways, like I'm more impressed with ZPF because ZPF I think this game impressed me more than I expected, but it still delivered something closer to my expectations in terms of how much I enjoyed it, versus ZPF, I frankly expected to bounce off of much quicker. And if it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to make sure to play this in the same stream, I could easily have just kept playing ZPF all day. And that's not what I expect from a shoot 'em up, honestly. So I think these two games, to me, like as far as like the modern games I've played, modern Mega Drive stuff, which I guess, there's quite a handful of ones that I haven't played. But for me, they're both up there for sure with Tensor and Xenocrisis as like really fucking good games. And that's like, I've been somewhat selective on what modern games I've backed and bought. I haven't like gone in and tried to get everything. But that's still like a level of quality that I don't expect, games to achieve kind of on average. So many cool touches here with like the unique hit animations when you use the elemental magic and shit. There's a lot of, that's a good word for it, like these little touches in this game. It feels so fleshed out. Both the presentation and the mechanics. Really, really cool. I don't know much about Metro Siege, but I don't think you would want to play a game with like one hand on your joystick and one hand on the keyboard to press buttons. That doesn't seem like a good way to play. But I'm pretty sure Metro Siege does support 2-button joysticks, which is presumably how it's kind of designed to be played. But there's a demo of it you can play on their website. I think they have a browser embedded Amiga emulator. That's what I recall seeing anyway. And at this point, I'm like, maybe we should do that if I stream on Monday. I'm still in a bit of a state where Monday streams are kind of a little bit up in the air, so I don't want to promise or create expectations. But next stream, I was kind of thinking like, yeah, we'll probably bounce back to Chronicles of the Wolf and maybe try to finish that. But now I'm like, I kind of want to play the Metro Siege demo. I'm like way more excited about that game now that I've played this, which I think is like a good sign. But yeah, I hope to see more Mega Drive stuff from these guys. I mean, I'll probably buy Metro Siege on Steam anyway, but if that or something else from these guys being developed for the Mega Drive, I would be quite excited. So all in all, like I said, I don't go into Kickstarters and stuff like this necessarily with the highest expectations. So to have expectations met and exceeded is very satisfying. Yeah, the multi-layered snow. Like I said, like all the parallax and stuff here, the foreground effects, like the visuals just... it's funny to me, like maybe it's just the fact that like all the YouTube videos and shit they posted were always 30 FPS. But like I had the feeling throughout all the development watching this game taking form, like I always had the feeling that it wasn't so visually elaborate, that it was like a little bit of a quaint, simple game. But I feel like that's not the case at all. You know, it doesn't have huge characters, it doesn't have a ton of levels, it doesn't have like... I don't know, there are things you could point at to say that it's small in some ways, but it doesn't feel it. But yeah, I've now streamed for 6.5 hours, and that's plenty. That's more than enough. We even did a bonus stream yesterday, so I'm all streamed out for a bit. It is entirely possible that I will fully power up by the time Monday rolls around, whether we do Metro Siege or Chronicles of the Wolf or something else. That remains to be seen. Again, also fully possible that Monday's stream will not happen, but whatever happens, I will try to inform on Discord as I usually do. So if you do want to stay on top of things, try to do... I'm a little pretty bad at like shilling. Might want to check that out. Speaking of shilling, I should shill this too. Speaking of Mega Drive game Kickstarters, there's an ongoing one. You have 19 days left to back Heavy Recoil, which is a new run-and-gun game developed by Micke Tillander, who is the creator of Tenzer as well as the lead programmer, I guess, on ZPF. And it just so happens that I have been tasked with creating the cover art and some other illustrations for this game. So if you want to own a Mega Drive game in your collection that I have done cover for, here's your chance. Who knows if you will have one at any point in the future. I don't know. But I'm pretty excited. So check that out if you are so inclined. And yeah, that'll be it for me today. I remembered to shill some things. That's good. We will get back to Games Bond at some time in the future, but things have just been too exciting with Wolf Chronicles and Demon Claws and ZPFs and what have you. Oh yeah, I still have that command. You should check out Chronicles of the Wolf, because that game's fucking awesome too. We should hopefully get back to doing that on stream. I never had any particular intention of playing through that entire game on stream. It just so happened that I streamed it, and the game was so good that I just wanted to keep playing. So I did an extra stream yesterday where we played more of it. We'll figure it out, but I'll be back in the not-too-distant future and play more video game, because as we know, for better or for worse, video game never ends. We're gonna go raid Roy, who's playing some kind of pixely Japanese indie PC game, as is usually the case. Here he's got a new job that sounds like a good time. Seems to be doing well. I'm happy for him. So let's go say hi and participate in some high quality Twitch viewing, game watching, and general video game enjoyment. Thank you very much for hanging out. Have a delightful rest of your weekend, and I'll see you guys in the future. Peace.